Okay, so it would help if I actually connected the audio. Sorry, guys. Sorry. It would help if I actually connected the audio. Got it. Got it. Sorry. I was saying good morning. I was saying good morning. I was saying good morning. And I was saying that I got my coffee. Got my coffee. And I was saying that management got me this coffee mug. So, anywho, good morning, beautiful people. As we get in, if you don't mind, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. Over on the YouTube, hit that thumbs up as we come in. Please, please, please. We want to have as many thumbs up as we have people watching the live, right? It'll help push the VOD out. It'll, get some good things happening. We're going to go ahead and get started here in just a moment. So, if you don't mind, let's get the likes up. Let's get the likes up to 10,000 likes. Share the live, maybe once or twice, but more than sharing the live, the most important thing is reposting it. Reposting the live is like super, super, super helpful, right? So share it out to maybe one or two people, but repost the live, send your daily heart me. Right now, the daily gift goal is the little pink heart puffs. If we can knock those out, that would help boost the live as well. We are going to go ahead and get started here. Are we good? Are we good everywhere? Can I get a we're good on YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, Kick, TikTok? Can I Santana crash out, Karen tears, roasted dims, Lakers in 5. Lakers in 5. We're good with the audio. Everyone can hear. All right. All set. All right. You guys know what that means. Let's get active.
You stepped in the box. Now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here. You better take your best swing.
Bow now, my cut.
You wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate. This a mind game. Facts type lies get left in chain. One wrong word, you slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok T. This a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Great stats will get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit.
Hey.
Step in if you dare. Truth hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. I don't care what you claim or your background. Facts only, if not, get clapped down. Whether you're left or right or you don't even vote. If your logic is weak, I'll sink your boat.
Hey.
Talk slick, but you ain't got source.
Nope.
Just vibes, that ain't power, that's force.
I'm
the trap, the trip, the call.
Hey.
I'm snatching it all.
Boom.
Step in if you dare. Hit hard like a punch in the air.
Ain't no
rules, no plan, no script. Yeah.
One wrong.
Get cooked real quick.
Nope.
Cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna?
Sparring with Santana.
Step in if you dare. You hit hard like a punch in the air.
Punch in the air.
Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick.
No cap, no
shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. Yeah. This ain't a safe place.
It is not.
This is flame space.
It absolutely is.
Wanna sparring with Santana.
Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana. One-on-one debates with Trump supporters or anyone that disagrees with anything on the background. I am Santana, and guys, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you are a friendly, I still need your help. If you are friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It will help boost the live and push us out to the FYP. Also, I'm going to keep resetting the little 1 cent gift goals. If we can knock those out a couple of times, it'll help boost the live as well. Right now, it's the love you very much. And if we can knock that out, it will absolutely, absolutely help boost the live. With that being said, get in the box. I think we have a lot to talk about today. And I know we've been having an interesting last couple of days, but I think the conversation may end up shifting a little bit on us. But I think that it's actually necessary that we have these conversations, right? So I do want to set the framework for today's conversation. As always, the topic on the background is the point of conversation, right? The point of conversation is where any and everyone can come up and debate any of the topics on the background, as long as the topics apply to you. All right. I got to make sure I give that disclaimer. For some reason, people love talking about things that have nothing to do with them. It's kind of interesting and strange that they want to do that, but I digress. First and foremost, Republicans don't care about the Epstein survivors. That is a fact. And you know what's so funny? The Republicans and anyone who currently supports the Republican Party, they pretend as if the Epstein files and that entire thing is just done, right? They pretend as if it's just gone. It's all completed. There's no reason to talk about it anymore. And I'm not exaggerating when I say that they actually still say, like, why are you still talking about this? Like that's their position. Abby, you said, no, sir, they don't. Oh, come up here and tell me about it. They absolutely do. They're at the point where they're like, there's no reason for us to talk about this anymore. Why are you talking about this? It's super interesting. Super interesting. But that speaks to who they are. Republicans don't care about Epstein survivors. They don't care about our economy. They don't care about people, women, the environment, nothing. Oh, you were agreeing? Okay, all good, all good. Anyone who would consider themselves to be a moderate Democrat, someone who would be a moderate Democrat, if you're someone who thinks that you need to reach across the aisle, if you think that you need to bring MAGA into the tent, then you're someone that absolutely does not care about our country. And that's the truth. Period. What did he say, Obama? What is he talking about, Obama? Show us where you care when Obama and Biden was in those files. Hey, I'm a liberal. Come up here and show me where Obama and Biden are in those files. I can't send you a request to come up, but you know what I can do? I can mute you. I can mute you because you got your request turned off. But guess what? You don't get to yip yap if you're not going to get up here and say it with your chest. And doubling down on like misinformation and disinformation is wild. Anywho, anyone who would say that they're a moderate Democrat, you absolutely are a Republican light and you don't care about our country. White men don't care about anything except power. That's it. Point blank, period, full stop. And even if they don't have power, they only care about power, which is a wild statement. White women have been struggling with this one, but white women, I think we need to make sure that we address this. White women don't care about white supremacy. It's a thing. It's absolutely a thing. The Thomas guy said, all he does is mute, LOL. You know what's funny? Thomas says that, but Thomas is here every day. Thomas, get up here. You're saying all I do is mute. No, like if you have an issue with impulse control, I will train you. If you act like an adult, I have no issue to mute. Like I have no reason to mute anyone as long as you actually be an adult. Like us talking over each other and not allowing each other to speak is absolutely insufferable. And I refuse to engage with that. So if you can't have self-control, I'll train you. White women don't care about anything. I mean, white women don't care about white supremacy. And that's a fact. Last but not least, if you are BLAGA, FBA, Black conservative, Black Republican, you don't care about Black people. You're anti-Black as fuck. And that's proven. So, anywho, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
I just want to say I'm super proud of you for appearing in Jubilee.
Guys, please don't do that. I love you guys to the moon and back, but please don't do that. Please respect the boundaries of the live. We are only looking for some debates, guys. Please Respect the boundaries of the live. Like, boundaries are so important. Consent is so important. Please don't do that. Please don't do that. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. Thank you for the cake. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Yeah, you muted me in the chat. Why?
Might have been one of my mods, but are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Yeah, I'm a Trump supporter, of course, but I'm Australian, so I hope that's all right. You're not going to mute me.
It's not, but
I'm a supporter.
Okay.
I'm not a voter.
How about this?
I can still have an opinion because I follow everything.
Sure. How about this? This is what I'll do. And what can I call you?
TikTok guidelines.
Okay, TikTok. Can I just call you guidelines? Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
All right, guidelines.
Why'd you mute me?
I didn't. It was maybe one of my mods, but we also don't allow thumb thugging.
Why did your mods mute me?
We don't allow thumb thugging. Did you want to actually come up here to talk, or did you want to come up here to cry? Like, yeah, I don't care what you said in the comments. Like, either we're gonna
repeat what I said in the comments.
Okay, well, stop for a second and listen. So this is what I'll do, because normally I have no interest in actually engaging with people who are outside of the country, because you don't have skin in the game as far as what's happening currently in our country. I do understand the global impact of the United States of America and other countries and all this other stuff. So this is what we'll do. I will engage with you, and
impacts my country. So yeah, I mean, America impacts my country. So yeah, go for it.
I will allow you to actually engage in a debate if you can give me one substantial reason why your opinion on the United States of America and what's happening inside of our country, not the global impacts that are currently occurring around the world, but inside of the country, if you can give me one valid reason why we should consider your opinions as someone who is not in the country.
Well, because I'm a human being and I'm following everything that's happening. It's no different to people that's in the country that don't vote.
Yeah, well, the difference is they actually live here. So regardless if they vote or not, the things directly impact them.
I visit, I come in and out.
And when's the last time you visited the U.S.?
A few years back.
What's a few years back? Put a number on it.
2 or 3, I can't remember.
2 or 3. Where'd you go?
Just LA mostly.
LA? What part of LA?
New York, LA, just for the holiday.
How long were you in the country?
A couple of weeks.
Couple of weeks. You were in the country for 2 weeks, and you spent time in New York and LA.
It doesn't matter if I spend time in the country or not. Really.
Okay. So this is what I'm gonna say. No. I'm good with actually engaging with you, but just don't lie to me. Like you don't have to lie about things. I mean, you're already up here.
What lie?
You were in the country 2 or 3 years ago, and you were in both New York and LA.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Why do you think I'm a little skeptical about you being in the country a couple of years ago, being in New York and LA?
I have no idea.
How big is the country?
I don't understand. What has this got to do with me, just responding to you?
All I'm saying is I know bullshit when I smell bullshit, and I smell bullshit right now, and I'm just saying, like, you don't have to lie. You don't. Hey, guidelines, you don't have to lie. You don't have to lie to kick it. That's what I'm letting you know.
I wrote in the chat, and you're just trying to.
I don't give a fuck about what you wrote in the chat. I'm not watching the chat. Who cares? You came up here to cry.
I came here to speak about.
You're on thin ice.
To say.
I don't care. I don't care. Stop. I don't care what you came here to say. I'm telling you that you're on thin ice as far as even allowing you to engage. But okay, you run. I don't care. Like, see, this is the thing. Every once in a while, we get people who are international that come up, and while I do understand the impacts that the United States of America has on the world, I'm not someone who says, well, I don't understand why you even care about American politics. No, I get it. I get it. The issue that I have is certain people in other countries treat the American politics way worse than even MAGA does when it comes to treating it like a sport. You never get to the topic you always sing on you always, what? Aw, SJ, come up here and tell me about it. I'm going to mute you. Come and tell me how I never get to the topic. Trivial things like this person not being a United States citizen. And so they actually have no referendum on the background. How's that trivial? How's that trivial? Also, I started off on trivial things, but the only thing that he wanted to do was whine and complain about him being muted in the comments. That's funny. You won't accept the request. What request? What are you talking about? Who won't accept what request? Now, the point that I was making, right? The point that I was making, that's a weird question. The point that I was making is, like, I get the impact that the United States of America has on the world. But I don't get people who feel the need to lie to engage in a conversation. And I engage in the conversation with people from other countries every once in a while, but I will not engage with someone who's just going to lie from the very start, because if you're going to lie from the very start, then there's no point of having any actual conversation at all. Like, period. It serves no purpose. Trump has a great approval rating for non-Americans. Now, where did you get that information from? Because all information that I found, now I will have to go back and check, but like there was polling completed and Kamala Harris had a way higher favorability rate for other countries. So I don't know. Anyway, the point that I'm getting across is if you do get up here and you're not in the US, like the reason why I say you don't have skin in the game is because you can look at things from afar, but the actual day-to-day things that are occurring in the US, like it affects American citizens on a day-to-day basis. Yes, the impacts are felt globally, and sometimes the impacts are felt globally, you know, down the line. It may take a little while, but for us, we live it in the moment. So it's a different subject. Also, the thing that I find wild is like people are like, oh, I don't live in the country, but I support Trump. I at no point have ever taken a whole step back and said, man, I really like Emmanuel Macron so much that I'm gonna support Emmanuel Macron. I may think that Emmanuel Macron is a good leader as far as what I know, even if I follow like the decisions that he's making more in depth. I think that understanding the actual position of the people is more important than my position, right? I wouldn't defer to myself as far as favorability of Emmanuel Macron than I would of the French people. Even in Canada, which is our neighbors to the north, disregard the fact that Australia is nowhere close to the US. Disregard that point. But like Canada is our neighbors to the north. And there was some back and forth contentious feelings about Justin Trudeau, right? I thought he was okay. But a lot of Canadians had issues with Trudeau. And I never said, hey, I know that these Canadians are having issues with Justin Trudeau, but I'm going to support him because I know better than the Canadian citizens. It's a wild take. I don't understand it. And I just think for anyone that is like, of course, keep up with the geopolitics of things, understand what's happening like that's important. But to sit here and like put your flag in the ground for someone who is quite literally trending to be the most unfavorable president in United States history, that's mind-blowing. That's mind-blowing. Anyway, Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you are a friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. If you are over on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. And if you're on YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, and you would like to actually debate, the only thing you have to do is click that link. I dropped the link in the chat, but it's also at the top at the pinned message. Click the link. You don't have to leave where you are. You can come over and debate. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Yeah, I'm a Trump supporter, but do you think Trump's a racist?
Yeah, but I'm not sure what that has to do with anything in the moment. Did you want to talk about that?
Yeah, I just wanted to. Yeah. I just want to know, do you think like Trump's like a racist or anything?
Yeah.
Like what makes you think that?
Because of the racist things that he has done and said. Okay. Let's do this. Before we go too far, I have a proper way of doing things. Is it okay if I call you Cody?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, perfect. Cody, before we go too far, I have a quick question for you. Do you know who I am?
Vaguely. I've seen you like 3 times.
Okay, cool. Cody, is it okay if I give you a quick introduction to who I am and what this is?
Yeah, go ahead.
Perfect. One moment.
You stepped in the box.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the main event. Let's get ready to rumble!
Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana, one-on-one debates with Trump supporters or anyone that disagrees with anything on the background. I am Santana, guys, and only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. If you are a friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. I have the daily gift goal right now. It's the love you very much. If you guys don't mind, if we can knock those out, I'm going to keep resetting the daily gift goal so we can get more push out. All right, Cody, I will engage the premise as far as like Trump being a racist and all this other stuff. I'll talk to you about that, but I would really love to actually go to something of more substance after we do that. So can we agree on that? Okay, perfect.
Yeah, we don't even have to talk about the racist thing if you don't want to. We can talk about
I mean, like it. I can, sure, it's fine. I just like I don't see the utility in it in the moment because it's not. Yes, Donald Trump is a racist, and a lot of the things that he is doing has like massive racist implications. But Donald Trump has crossed the line as far as just like directly harming non-white people and black people as a whole to like being overwhelmingly harmful to all Americans. So like there's so much more to talk about than whether or not he is or is not a racist. I think that people pretty much accepted that when they reelected him and put him back in power.
Sure, we can talk about whatever you want.
Oh, okay. Well, question for you, right? And not based off of like 2024 or, you know, why you did or whatever. Like I don't really care about why people voted the way they voted in 2024. What I do care about, though, is today, April the 28th, 2026. How can you still support Donald Trump with everything that he's doing and everything that's occurring currently?
Okay, well, mainly I support that he's done a lot of tax cuts. He's uncovered a lot of fraud with Doge, and unemployment rate was lower in the first term, so I don't know if that counts. And murder rate and homicides are down.
Okay, all right. You said tax cuts, Doge.
Oh wait, one more thing. Hold on. And gas was down prior to the war, but gas was down prior to the war, and that's 369,000 new jobs and 4.3% unemployment rate.
Wait. You're spamming now. Give me a second. I got to make a list. 1 second. All right. You said tax cuts. You said Doge. You said
369,000 new jobs, or not
wait,
new
no,
jobs, but
hold on. You
369.
said unemployment rate was down, right?
Unemployment rate is 4.3%, which I think says it's the lowest ever, which I don't think.
Your statement prior to, like, when you were running through your entire list, you said unemployment rate is down.
Yeah, but I'm saying that unemployment rate is 4.3%.
Oh, I know what it is. All right, unemployment rate is down. You said prior to the war, gas prices were down. Okay.
Yeah, I think like national was like $3 or $3.20 maybe. Okay.
And you name one other thing when you came back. What was that?
Murder rates.
Oh, yeah.
Killings is crime is down. Crime is down. Yeah.
Okay. So I got tax cuts, Doge, unemployment rate, gas before the war, and crime rates. Anything else?
Let me check my thing. Yeah, probably that's and I think tariffs are okay right now, and also LNG export bans.
Okay. Tariffs and LNG bans. Okay. All right. So you gave me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 things. All right. I'm going to systematically. Oh wait, you said Doge and then you said fraud. Do you want to like have both of those as one thing?
Yeah, just say Doge instead of fraud.
Okay. Okay, perfect. So I'm gonna run through the easy things super quickly, and then we can go from there. Okay. So let's start with crime rate. Yes, you're absolutely right. You're 100% right. The crime rates are down. Murder rates are down. That's not because of Donald Trump, though. There's nothing that Donald Trump has done that has shifted the country towards historical lows as far as crime or murder. And the only reason I say that is because Donald Trump is following a trend that has occurred in 2025. There was a trend in 2024. There was a trend in 2023. There was a trend. The murder rates have been trending down. And so I can't say that, oh, you know, he's doing something important or he did something to actually improve the actual murder rates or crime rates. I will say that he hasn't done anything necessarily to push it to an opposite direction, but it's just following the same trend that we had prior to the Biden administration. So, I mean, I'm not going to say, oh, that's absolutely false, but I think that's kind of a moot point. So there's that. I do want to talk about, though, let's talk about the unemployment rate.
Could I address that real quick?
Sure.
Could I address that real quick? Who was, he hired Kash Patel, which is now the new director of FBI. So would you say that Kash Patel does play a bigger part in doing that and more deploying on the streets, of course? And Washington, which is like the capital, I would say it's a lot more safer thanks to Trump, which is definitely, you know, it is more safer thanks to Trump. Murder's down, all that stuff is down. But the main reason that murder is down is because hold on.
That's not true. Like the things that you just said is not true. One, putting Kash Patel in place did nothing to actually improve the implementation of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. As a matter of fact, Donald Trump has allocated 20% of all federal law enforcement agencies to specifically assist with ICE, right? And so they have literally not only cut the ability for FBI agents to do their jobs functionally, they have reallocated those agents to supporting the mass deportation process. So that directly conflicts with, you know, just handling crime within the US. But when you talk about what's happening in DC, again, DC had already experienced historic lows as far as crime rates trending down and things along those lines. The implementation of the National Guard. The funny thing about him sending the National Guard to DC is, number one, he sent them to the safest areas already in DC, right? It's not like they were going out and they were enforcing higher crime rate areas or anything like that. He literally had them go to the areas that were already the safest areas in DC. And then he had them walking in serpentine patterns, meaning circling the block in the same locations, just day in, day out, day in, day out. So the idea that, him sending the National Guard to DC actually decreased crime, that's false, because the crime in DC had already plummeted prior to him doing that. It was all performative. So no.
Well, they were all over. A majority were all over. But thanks to Donald Trump and doing all that stuff, murder and crime rate are still down. I mean, you can say, ICE was already, or whichever, National Guard was already in the safest areas or something like that. But that's just, it's true, but they were deployed everywhere else too. So thanks to Donald Trump and thanks to him saying the national thing and now National Guard and sending the National Guard, it's now down. Thanks to him.
Okay. I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Have you ever lifted weights?
Yes.
You work out?
Very much, yes.
Okay, perfect. What's your bench?
I don't know. I lift weight, like the weight stuff, the curls.
Curls? What do you curl?
25 and 30s probably, or maybe 25. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. I got a question for you. So let's say that you've been working out, right? And you've been working out for 3 or 4 months, and you started, and your curls were, you were curling 20s, right? And you were being consistent, you were eating, you were getting your rest, you were properly replenishing your muscles, doing all the things necessary in order to make your gains, right? And after about 4 months, you had went from curling, 20 pounds to you were up to 35 pounds, right? So you had shown steady progress because of what you were doing. And then I come in and I say, hey, I'm going to make you better. We're going to get your curls so much higher. And you start working with me. And in the next 6 months, your curls go from 35 to 40. First part of the question. Did I help you improve your curls when I came in and you increase from going from 35 to 40 pounds?
I don't see the point.
No, it's just a question. Can you answer the question directly? Did I help?
Yeah, what was the question?
Okay. So if I come in and I say, hey, I'm going to help you, you've already made the progress over 4 months and you started curling 20s and after 4 months you're at 35. And I come in and I say, hey, I'm going to help you continue to increase your curls. And you and I start working together. And in the next 6 months, you increase your curls from 35 to 40. Did I help you increase your curls?
Yeah.
Perfect. Is it fair to say that prior to you and I meeting, you were already increasing your curls?
Yes, but my debate is
perfect.
saying
Hold on. Let me finish this logic.
Crime.
Let me finish the logic. So prior to you and I connecting, you had already shown a steady stream of progress and you were doing the work on your own. You and I connected, you continued to do the work, I helped you, and you increased, but you had already shown progress before. So my question to you, is it feasible to say that while I didn't hurt your progress, I didn't substantially do anything to benefit your progress because one, you were already on a trajectory from going from 20 to 35 pounds in 4 months. And also two, you didn't make a substantial jump because in the next 6 months, you only increased 5 pounds. Is that fair to say that we can assume that you would have continued to do exactly what you did or even better, regardless of my help?
Yeah, then yes.
Okay.
Thanks to a coach's help, it increased, but that's not what I'm saying.
Well, I just want you to understand the point that I'm making. Again, I'm not saying that the Trump administration has done anything to negatively impact the crime rates. I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is that the Trump administration has not done anything that overwhelmingly has benefited the crime rates because, one, crime rates, murder rates were dropping prior to the Trump administration. We had historical highs year over year. And two, there's no massive leap in the actual crime rate. Again, if the crime rates were already trending down and then Donald Trump and his administration came in and they implemented something where the crime rates dropped in half or something like that, then I would say, okay, he did something. But they have just continued the trends and there has been nothing done to substantially change those trends. That's the point.
Yeah, but I'm still saying that Trump did help tremendously to.
How do you quantify tremendously?
I mean, his new Trump administration.
No. I know. I don't want to know what you think he did. I want to know, how do you quantify what number do you consider to be tremendous?
What do you mean?
You said he helped tremendously. I'm willing to accept that, but I need you to quantify what that looks like, i.e., how do you determine that his help was quote unquote tremendous? For me, I would say, like, if he cut crime rates in half, then sure. But how do you quantify it?
Well, homicides are down 19 or 21%, and national homicide is at its lowest since 1900s, thanks to Trump and the Trump's administration.
It's not, because in 2025 it was a historic low. In 2024 it was a historic low. In 2023 it was a historic low. You repeating that doesn't mean anything. That's why I'm saying, how do you quantify it? Like saying that it's down, an actual historic record. I've already acknowledged that, but it was down a historic level the year before and the year before because crime has trended down within the U.S. But that's fine. Let's take a look at the 10-year crime rate for the nation. 1 second here.
And Trump was pushing like the law and order in the Washington D.C. building or something like that. But it was like something about the law and order bill or something like that. I don't know, but it was like a law and order message that murder rates would drop sharply in 2024 to 2025.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't understand what that actually
basically
matters
what
or
I'm
means.
saying
But
is
no, hold on.
Trump,
Listen to what I'm saying. The actual premise of you saying like, oh, he pushed a message. Yeah, I mean, like, sure, pushing a message is absolutely, nice, right? But the issue is that we want to take a look at the actual implications and what's actually happened. So let's see here. And this comes from the Bureau of Justice. This is the Bureau of Justice Statistics. They did a comprehensive study at the nationwide crime from 2015 to 2024. So this is even prior to Donald Trump, right? The thing that I want to call out as far as what happened prior to Donald Trump, right? Prior to Donald Trump coming back into office, from the time frame from 2020, I'm sorry, let me make sure I'm saying this time frame right. From the time frame of 2015 to 2024, so a 9-year span, the homicide rate in all major U.S. cities fell by 25%. By 25%. If motor vehicle theft, it dropped by 18%. Aggravated assault dropped by 19%. And robberies dropped by 39%, right? So this is all major things that occurred prior to Donald Trump coming in office. So before I pull up what happened under the Trump administration, can we agree that if the trends have already been there and there had already been approximately 10-year drops for a multitude of trends, can we agree that unless there is a substantial number that drops, it's a moot point? Yeah,
but my claim is basically that Trump maintained it lower, and also probably helped it because of National Guards and the new FBI director and stuff.
But wait, see, I'm not
And
disputing that claim. No. Don't and another thing yet. I'm not disputing that claim. I've granted you the fact that he didn't do anything to harm it. He just continued those trends. Like, that's not what I'm disputing.
That's my stance. Yeah, that's my stance, basically.
That wasn't your stance. Your stance was that you said that he dramatically, W's in the chat for Vintage. Thank you so much for the spaceship. You said that he dramatically improved it. And that's why I kept saying, how do you quantify that? If you're saying that he continued the trends, you and I have already agreed on that. And that's nothing to write home about. But you said that he substantially, or he did say tremendously, sorry. You said tremendously. And that's why I said, how do you quantify that?
Well, no. What I'm saying is that national homicides are at its lowest since 1900s, and I think that's
why do you keep repeating that?
That's a large
Cody,
thing.
Why do you keep repeating that? Why do you keep repeating that?
Because homicides are down.
Okay, so you said in 2025, right? In 2025, it was homicides were 125-year low in 2025, right?
Yeah. Well, okay. No, I'm just saying that. Yeah.
Okay. So in 2025, homicides were at a 125-year low. In 2024, what was it?
2024 for murders, like 16,000.
No, homicides.
Oh, yeah. What are you talking about? Murders and homicides.
In 2024, homicides were at a 124-year low. Right, so 2025,
yeah.
it was at a 125-year low. In 2024, it was a 124-year low. In 2023, it was at a 123-year low. The only year prior to that where we were not hitting a record low was in 2021, coming off the back of the pandemic. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, and all I'm saying is Trump is doing a good job maintaining it, and also, well, he didn't tremendously affect it or anything like that.
But you said that.
But you
said that.
I'm just saying that I think that in Washington, D.C., and also I think National Guards and ICE agents should be on the street like that.
That's fine. We can keep going to like the minutia and everything, but I need you to understand, like, one. I really need you to stop talking about the historic low, because the historic low is a moot point. Do you understand why I say the historic low is a moot point?
Yes. Yeah, sure.
Okay. So we're not going to say that anymore.
Sure.
Okay, perfect. So we can move on to DC. So you're saying that the implementation of the National Guard is what increased or can dramatically decrease the, what up, Swan Raid? What up, Swan? The implementation of the National Guard is what massively decreased the crime rate in DC.
I'm not saying massively. I'm just saying thanks to the National Guard that it has gone down. I'm not saying massively or tremendously. I'm just saying that it has gone down.
Okay, so again, I'm trying to understand your point, and I'm not, I'm not being facetious. I'm legitimately trying to understand your point. If you and I can agree that the rates have continued to decrease, but there has not been any substantial shift, and I said from the beginning, I'm not saying that Donald Trump has been a negative for crime across the country, because crime across the country was already trending down, right? The question I have is, can we agree that it's nothing substantial to actually debate about, because there's no massive shift, negative nor positive?
I'm saying that the crime rate in Washington, D.C. has significantly decreased since 2020 and 2021, 2022.
Okay.
And Biden terms, Biden administration.
Okay, perfect. So let's do the same thing that we just did with nationwide crime. How do you quantify a significant decrease, i.e., what would you say is a significant decrease in crime from when Biden was in office in DC to when Trump was in office in DC?
I'm saying that Trump, thanks to the National Guard that Trump enacted in Washington streets, that's why it's down.
That's not the question. That's not the question. The question is, how do we quantify that? What number can we agree on that would be enough of a number to credit Trump? I.e., just like we were talking about homicide, I said if there was some dramatic shift in the homicide rate and it dropped by 50%, then I would be like, yeah, Trump did that, right? But if it continues to trend down where there's no massive jump, then I'm just going to say it's the trend, right? That's the actual projections and trend. So he didn't do anything to help it, but he also didn't do anything to harm it. So how do you quantify your premise as far as him tremendously helping the crime rate in DC with his implementation of the National Guard? What number can we say this is the number that we're holding up to say, hey, boom, he did this?
Homicides went down 80% and robberies went down 58% since Biden's terms.
Okay.
And
okay.
in
So wait.
Only
Perfect.
Washington D.C.
Perfect. So you're saying that homicide rates dropped by 80% in DC from Donald Trump's time to Joe Biden's time?
Yes, and
okay.
robberies down 58.
What source are you using to verify that?
DC Justice Lab.
Okay. DC Justice Lab is a nonprofit organization fighting crime. Okay, let's see. DC Justice Lab. All right, I'm on their site. Where? I guess. Hold on. What's the title of what you're looking at on the DC Justice Lab?
Like the link or something? Like what do you mean?
Just the title of whatever article or source that you're pulling from on the DC Justice Lab.
2026 year-to-date crime comparison. And I can read it out. I'll read it to you if you want.
No, that's fine. I don't like people to read stuff to me because, things get a little messy, but I can put it on the screen. So give me a second. 2026 year-to-date what?
2026 year-to-date from the 2020 to 2026, I'm pretty sure.
No, I'm sorry. Read the title again. I didn't get I missed the end of what you said.
2025 year-to-date crime comparison, district crime data at a glance. Or that's what it says.
So it's not 2026, it's 2025.
2026 year-to-date crime comparison.
Okay, so it is 2026. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And if you're talking about 2020,
no, wait 1 second. I don't want to. No. I don't want to go too far. Are you looking at this PDF? Is that accurate?
What do you mean? I'm just looking at the DC.gov daily crime. It's the yearly statistics on the daily crime.
Yeah, I typed in what you said, DC Justice Lab 2026 year-to-date crime comparison, and it came up with the crime comparison. Wait, so it's not DC.gov. You're looking at an AI overview.
No, I'm not. Look at I can show you the statistics are on the watershed of the
right. No. The reason why I say you're looking at an AI overview because DC.gov and the DC Justice Labs, those are two different sites. But if you go up to the very top of the AI overview, it mixes all those together. And the four sites that it's using for the sources is DC.gov, Council on Criminal Justice, DC Justice Lab, Instagram, and Center for American Progress. Those are the sites that they're using for the actual AI overview. That's why I said, where are you seeing this at on DC?
What site are you on?
Don't worry, I'll show you. Give me a second. Oh, why is this not? Hold on. Nope. There we go. All right, so let's see here. I'll make this larger. I was just going to look for the information that you gave, right? And so DC Justice Lab 2026 year-to-date comparison. This is the AI overview that came up. I was going down. Right. So that's why I said, are you looking at the PDF? Because this is what came up. This is a PDF. So that's why I said, are you looking at the PDF?
No, I'm looking at go all the way up, and that's where I'm looking. I'm not looking at the AI overview. I'm looking at the very top one, right this there, one? District crime data at a glance. Yeah.
Okay, so it's not DC Justice Lab.
No, this one is from District Crime Data at a Glance, and then it says District.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, you told me DC Justice Lab. That's why I was looking for DC Justice Lab. Now you're changing to DC.gov.
Yeah, I was looking at the wrong thing.
Okay, let's take a look at this. So this is saying this. This comes from the Metropolitan Police. This is the actual 2026 year-to-date crime comparison. So this is year over year. It's saying that the percentage that homicide dropped in DC year to year is it dropped by 43%. Wait, how did it drop by? Oh. I get it. I was going to say, how did it drop by 43% if it was 46 and then 26, right? But it's not about, fuck just happened. There we go. It's not about it actually dropping, the percentage. The percentage makes it look, it's substantial. And which I guess, I'm not going to knock a percentage that technically it would be a percentage. But there were 46 homicides in DC in 2025. And there were 26 homicides in DC in 2026. Now, again, this is as of April, right? So the point that I would get to, right, is I would love to know these specific breakdowns, because we do understand that, wait, hold the fuck up. This is all Trump's term. This is because he was in office in.
Yeah.
Okay. So this still doesn't actually meet the threshold of what we're looking for.
No, it says 2025 to 2026. It was only maybe roughly 2,000 less crimes different.
No. You're not understanding what I'm saying. Wait, you're not understanding what I'm saying. The reason why I'm saying this doesn't meet the threshold is because this is a year-to-date comparison, right? And the year-to-date comparison is from April 2025 to April 2026.
Look at 2024 to 2025. Look at 2024 to 2025, not 2025 to 2026.
Okay, so is this what you're referring to?
Let me read it. Hold on. Yeah, that's it. I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Who was president in 2024?
Well, Biden for the you could say Biden for the majority.
No, not for the majority. I mean, he was president for the majority, right? So all of 2024, all of 2024, Biden was president, and then for the first month, the Trump took over in January of 2025, right? So this is year to date, 2025. There was a 32% decrease, in homicide from 2024 to 2025. meaning that there were 60 less homicides in DC, right? We understand that.
Yes.
Okay.
And crime was down.
Yeah. Again, the point that I'm making is that I'm not disputing that crime has been down. That's not the point. I've continued to say that. The point that I'm making is that there has been no dramatic shift to point to that would say crime has been down, but it's fine. This is our baseline. Let's look at this. We'll accept this, right? So taking a look at the information from 2024 to 2025, homicides dropped 32% because there were 60 less homicides. Sexual abuse, it dropped 29% because there was 41 less homicide. Sexual abuse and assault dropped by 10%, right? So this is our baseline, okay? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Okay, perfect. And there's multiple things that are listed down here as well with the other 2025 crime data and all that, but we're going to use that as a baseline. I do think this is interesting as well. So this is the 20-year homicide trend, right? This is the 20-year homicide trend. So if we take a look at the 20-year homicide trend, 2023, it was 274. 2024, it was 187. And then 2025, it was 127. So I have a question for you. Which would be a more substantial drop in the homicide rate? The change that occurred from 2024 to 2025, or the change that occurred from 2023 to 2024?
No, I'm saying that crime in all, not homicides.
Wait, can you answer the question?
I'm saying that homicides.
Wait. Before you start to try to explain, I just need a simple answer to the question. Which one was a larger drop in the homicide rate? Was it the drop that occurred from 2024 to 2025, or was it the drop that occurred from? Was it the drop that occurred from 2023 to 2024?
Wait, what are you saying?
Yeah, that's why you don't answer questions before people finish.
No, I'm saying that in 2023, the homicide trend was 274. Yeah, and then it dropped to 187, and then it dropped more.
That's not the question. That's not the question. That's not the question. That's not the question. Please listen to the question. The question is, which one is a larger year-over-year drop? Is it the drop that occurred from 2024 to 2025? Is that a larger year-over-year drop? Or is it the 2023 to 2024? Is that a larger year-over-year drop? Which one of those two is a larger decrease in homicide?
2023.
Okay, so 2023 to 2024. We can agree on that, right?
Yes. Yeah,
okay.
But
who was president in 2023 to 2024?
Biden.
Okay. So if under the Biden administration, crime in DC, i.e. homicide in DC, had a larger drop than it did with the shift from Biden to Trump, while Trump is also implemented the National Guard, can you explain to me what implementing the National Guard has done that would actually institute this to be a massive positive when prior to Donald Trump instituting the National Guard and Biden being in office, we saw better results?
6,000 less crimes in 2025 than 2024 in Washington, and I think that's thanks. That's
where are you getting that information
due to
from?
having National Guard.
Where are you getting that information
in
from?
2020 in 2024? Where
are you getting that information from?
29,000. Wait. In 2024, there was 29,239 crimes.
Wait,
and
no,
stop.
No, stop just randomly spamming numbers. I don't care about you spamming the numbers. I want to know, where are you getting the numbers from?
Scroll up a bit more. Right there at the bottom of the screen.
Okay, so from 2024 to 2025, we saw an overall total decrease in crime by 17%. That's what you're saying?
Yes, I'm saying that's thanks to the National Guard and
Okay,
Trump.
perfect. Now, wait.
Wait,
Hold
I
on.
just want to clarify. Hold on.
No, don't run. I'm saying I'll accept this. Just like the actual homicide trend, right? We looked at 2023 to 2024 because you were calling out 2024 to 2025. And when we looked at 2023 to 2024, there was more improvement made in 2023 to 2024 than 2024 to 2025. So right here, right now, you're saying this is what we're standing on for total crime in DC for 2024 to 2025. So now what we're going to do is go look at the actual total crime from 2023 to 2024. Before I do this, Cody, if we go and see the same type of trend that we just found with the homicide trend, which, spoiler alert, more than likely it's going to be that. If we find that same type of trend, are you willing to concede on the point that Donald Trump implementing the National Guard did not have any massive tangible benefits because Joseph Robinette Biden...
I never said that it had I never said that it had massive effect. I'm saying that it helped the crime rate go down.
You said tremendous.
And I'm also saying
you said tremendous.
I didn't say tremendous for Washington. I made a point to not say that. I made a point to say I think that thanks to the National Guard and Trump, that it went down thanks to the National Guard. Like that's what I'm saying. I never said tremendous in when I was talking about Washington. I was talking about the national crime rate.
Hey, Cody, I need you to hear me on this, right? So can you tell me what I granted you when it came to Trump and crime at the beginning of our conversation?
Yes, and my argument for
no, not yours. Cody, not yours. Cody, stop. Not yours. Not your argument. Mine. What did I grant you at the start of our conversation with Trump and crime?
You agreed that crime was down, which that's my argument. That's my argument. I'm not saying I was reading the wrong thing then, because I read that it went down a lot. But my thing is saying that he did a good job maintaining the decline. That's what I'm saying.
Cody, those were not your opening statements. That was not the original point that you tried to make. That's not what I'm saying now. Then, so you're conceding.
No, I admit to you that I was wrong for saying tremendous.
Yes, no, Cody. I need you to concede on the point that Donald Trump has done anything substantial to affect the crime rate, because my original point was I agree that he has maintained the decline in crime rate. I gave you the entire analogy about lifting weights and how I, came in and helped you, and it was only a small. So you concede the point.
Yes, I concede the point.
Perfect. So
I take it back that I said that I went down thanks a lot, significantly, thanks to Donald Trump. I do say that it went down, and Trump did a good job maintaining the decline in crime rate in Washington and national.
The point that I'm making is there's no reason for us to debate that point, because I don't disagree that Donald Trump has continued the trend. That has never been my disagreement. I am saying that, yes, he didn't fuck it up, but he didn't improve it. He just kept it steady, and it has been steady.
Yeah, that's my argument.
That was not your argument when we started.
Yes, because I was proven wrong.
Okay, so
I thought that it went down tremendously.
Cody, you don't get to say now that's your argument, because that was the baseline that I set before we went down this logic train. So you concede, and that point is now moot. That's the first thing I said. You gave me an entire list of things, right? Tax cuts, Doge, unemployment rate, gas prices before the war, crime rate, tariffs, LNG ban. I said, okay, let's knock the easy things out first, and then we'll go from there. The first thing that I brought up from your list was crime rates, because I said crime rates, it's a moot point because we were on a historic trend prior to Trump. He didn't do anything to mess it up, but he also didn't do anything to actually overwhelmingly improve it. The only thing that he did was kept the actual rates trending. So that is a moot point, meaning it does not dictate any type of debate.
Yes. I'm saying that that Trump maintained the decline.
Okay, so it's a moot
And
point.
I think that
so it's a moot point. No, Cody. I don't care what you think, because again, there was no National Guard under Biden, and Biden had more substantial declines in rate and crime in DC. So like, I don't care what you think. I'm telling you, it's a non sequitur because it does nothing. Now,
you're basically saying the National Guard did nothing?
Yes.
Why? Like why? Why do you say that?
Give me a second. I'm going to thank a couple of people, and then I'll tell you exactly why I say that.
Okay.
Holy smokes. Holy smokes. Let's see here.
Wait, can I join back in like an hour?
Sure.
An hour or 30 minutes, even
sure.
30 minutes.
Sure. Yeah, sure.
All right. Thank you.
Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're a friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. I don't know if this person is going to load or not. Mela, if you're trying to request up, you can rejoin, and we'll get you connected. Guys, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks For You. Santana Speaks For You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. Also, guys, keep tapping the screen. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 200,000 likes. If you don't mind, please, and thank you. I'm going to reset the daily gift goal, and if we can continue to actually knock that daily gift goal out, that will help boost the live as well, and it'll get us more traction. It'll get us more people in here so we can actually get these debates going. I don't think this person, D-Lo, if you are trying to get here or come up to debate, you can request or re-request because you didn't load in. Yeah, that person didn't load in either. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. W's in the chat for Alan. What up, Alan? Is the intro to any music app, Spotify? Oh, you want to know my intro? No, my intro is not on any of the actual Spotify's or anything. People keep saying that I need to put it on there, but I have not. W's in the chat for Alan. What up, Alan? W's in the chat for Become Legend for the $4.99 super chat to say, just got here. How's this morning been? Any more a woman guest type? Hashtag permaban. Nope. And don't you put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. We're not going to get those type of people today. Chat, I refuse. We will not be going through the shenanigans today. I refuse. We will not do it.
Sorry, hold on, I have music playing.
I'm sorry?
I just had music playing. Can you hear me?
Yes. Rufus, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background? You keep swiping out.
Yep.
Okay. Perfect. Give me 2 seconds and I will give you the floor. W's in the chat for Lacey. Lacey sent a $5 donation saying, so if Trump was pushing a message to make crime rates lower, then he would absolutely push a message that incited an insurrection, right? Absolutely, he would. W's in the chat for Holly for the $1 donation saying, this guy's making my head hurt.
Dude, you're just a goofy with a nigga boring.
So I got a question for you, Rufus. You've come up here. I know. Wait. Just wait. So, Rufus, you have come up here multiple times, right? And not only multiple times, you get like sensitive and butthurt when people don't remember you. And the last time you were up here, you know, I even took the steps of saying like, hey, we're not going to make fun of this guy because of his lisp and the way that he speaks. And you were like, oh, I don't care. And I was like, no, it's not about that. It's about like ableism.
Dude, you're seriously black.
I know. Yes, I'm black. This is the thing, right? You are someone who has tried to come up here and debate me multiple times. You've tried to debate the people that I am friends with multiple times. You continue to seek attention. And while trying to seek attention, you come up here and you just immediately, yeah, I know, nigger, yes, nigger, yes, I hear it. Listen, you portray yourself as a bastion of someone that should actually, you know, be heard from. Hey, you got a daughter, right? I have a question for you. As a white man with a daughter, why do you guys touch your kids?
Nah, I have a son.
Rufus, even worse. Rufus, why do you touch your kids? Why is white men that you have a problem with CSAM? Why are you guys always hopping into the beds with your kids? Why do you guys do that? Why do you guys lead in CSAM?
Why are you a little nigga?
I know, nigger, a wool nigger, a wascal wee wabby nigger. Yes, I fucking hear you. Now answer the question, Rufus. Why is it that white men like you have an issue with keeping their hands off kids?
Because you have an issue with being nigga.
Yeah. You don't. You have wigger. Yeah, I hear you. You can't. You know what? You're so fucking mediocre that you can't even get your racism through correctly because you're fucked, bud. You're fucked. So this is what I'm gonna do. To keep it super simple for you. I know. And you're still insignificant. You're still the leading perpetuator of crime. White men are the leading perpetuators of crime, period. And CSAM. So what you need to do, instead of worrying about being racist, you should worry about why you and other white men won't stop committing crime, won't stop violently harming people, and won't stop touching kids. And Rufus, for the last thing that I have to say is, you not only are you no longer going to be able to come up here, but I will make sure that you don't get an opportunity to spread your wigger shit anywhere else. You can't do it. No one will hear your stupid ass voice ever again. And I will make sure of that. Shut up. The fucking shit is wild. The fucking shit is wild. The reason why this is wild is because this guy has come up here. Not only have we debated before, right? Not only has he come on my live and debated me before and wanted to come back up and got upset that I didn't remember him. But after him coming here and I made sure that no one spread any type of harm to him, and him running over to a multitude of places to debate. Me saying thank you was what made him crash out and continue to slur. That's fucking insane. That's fucking insane.
Together we are TikTok.
That was in the chat for Philip. I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate the hell out of you. Like the shit doesn't make sense to me. Like it literally doesn't make sense to me though. Like I don't understand. Like, fuck it. Yeah, it doesn't even matter. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
I trolled the other day. I just wanted to apologize.
That's okay. I'll drop you down. Guys, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Can you please stop spamming that? Prize Soul, can you come up for a second? Prize Soul, you have your request off. Prize Soul, can you please come up for a second? Please hop in the request. Please and thank you. Prize Soul, please hop in the request. Prize Soul, I'm muting you until you hop up here. Please get in a request. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter.
I'm having an issue with audio. Can I request right back up in just a second?
Sure.
All right, thanks, man.
You know what bothers me? The whole slurring thing doesn't bother me, right? Like that's not the part that bothers me. The part that bothers me is that I much rather people show me who they are from the jump than going through these useless efforts and then them doing the shit that they do. Like that's the shit that bothers me. That honestly, that's what bothers me. Sorry. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
الله يكرمك يا رب. أنا من غزة فروم غازة. ما عليك ما تنزلني وضع كتير صعب. الله يكرمك يا رب. ما شاء الله الله.
Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Brook 34356. What is Brook 34356 saying? It is process. I'm confused. What was I wasn't hating. Yeah, I don't. No one said you were hating, but I muted you again. Like I'm muting you. I specifically said, "Can you join?" You're spamming the comment section, and I'm saying, "Can you join?" And I don't care about you spamming the comment section. So I muted you on that. If you join on either one of your accounts, I would be more than happy to actually unmute you in the chat. But you're gonna have to join. Hi, Dapbot.
Hey, how do I sound? Okay or no?
Yeah, no, you're good. Can you give me just a few moments to finish up a couple of thank yous?
Absolutely.
All right. W's in the chat for Become Legend for the $4.99 super chat to say, and to think the girl yesterday came on here trying to catch Santana up on talking about his lisps. Yeah, same thing. W's in the chat for Saint, Scale, who sent a $1.99 super chat to say, Santana, well handled, brother. I don't think so, but I appreciate it. W's in the chat for Becoming Legend for, sorry for jinxing you, the $1.99. You're all good. W's in the chat for the greatest for the $5 Canadian to say, just sending some good energy to the chat. I hope all the guests for the rest of the day are as sane as MAGA can be. I hope so as well. And last but not least, guys, W's in the chat for Indigo for the $5 donation saying, have you read The Will to Change by Bell Hooks? I have not, but I've been told multiple times that I should read that. W's in the chat for all the donos, guys. If anyone else like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and links are in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. All right, Dadbot, I'm not sure if you necessarily want to debate something on the background or if you would like to talk about, current day things that are happening in quote unquote Trump's America.
Yeah, sure. We can do. I mean, either or. First and foremost, the Rufus guy that you just had on a minute ago.
It's all good. It's all good. I don't talk about it. It's fine. I don't want to talk about it. Is he a real person? Yeah, but I don't want to talk about it. Let's keep it moving.
Okay, it seemed to me like he was either mentally challenged, impaired, or
yeah. Like I don't want to do that. One, I mean, like just because someone has any type of disability, like that's not something that we would actually talk about. But two, he is more than mentally fit in order to engage in a debate because, i.e., I've debated him multiple times before. I've heard other people debate him multiple times before as well. He just decided to take the mask off and show us who he is. But I digress. I would like to just move on and get into the debate.
That's unfortunate. So yesterday you were speaking to an individual, and I don't recall what his name was, but he asked you a question about. We were talking specifically about discrimination, and he asked you specifically, how have you been discriminated upon or against before? And you declined to answer that question. And I'm just curious, like that actually made me curious because I feel like we all experience discrimination at some point in time in our lives, and I don't think it's specific to a race or a case by case scenario when it comes to races. I think it happens to everyone.
Yeah, I mean, he might have said something like, something along the lines of "What can you do that I can't do?" or something like that. I don't know. I don't remember the conversation or the question. I think it's a lazy debate tactic to try to say like individually, like how are you individually better than me individually? Blah 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 blah. I think that they're understanding the difference between like racism, xenophobia, bigotry, prejudice, like all of those things are super important, not only understanding like the definition, but the functionality as well. So I think that like that's the point, understanding not only the difference, but the functionality.
Okay, cool. So it just seemed like based off of that conversation that it seemed like you two were arguing the point that racism was only specific to one specific race. And correct me if I'm wrong if that's not the case, but
that's true.
I would highly disagree with that, primarily because of the fact that racism is not specific to one race. We see the Uyghurs currently in China that are they're discriminated against, and there is a lot of elements
against
of racism against Uyghurs in China.
Against who?
Uyghurs in China.
No. I mean, perpetuated by who? Against who?
I mean, in China, the Chinese literally discriminate against Uyghurs.
Okay, what race is the Uyghurs?
I mean, they're basically by descent. I mean, they're kind of an ethnic mix.
No, not their ethnicity. What race?
So, what race specifically are the Uyghurs? They're mixed with a bunch of different things.
There's no such thing as quote unquote mix. Race is a socially acceptable construct that is categorization of phenotypical traits that was created for the othering of non-white people to create a free and cheap labor class. Shout out to Solid. But my question is, what race would they fall into?
Well, I mean, they're Turkic, as far as ethnic group, they're Turkic, and they're kind of a blend of Western Asian, East Asian, Siberian, and also sometimes South Asian. So
they're Asian.
Asians.
They're Asian. Yes, they're Asian. They're Asian. So if one group is Asian and the other group is Asian, then they're not a different race.
Okay, so then if we're going based off of the metrics of racism, as far as it has to be a totally within the realm of having a totally different race, then okay, sure. Then what about when we see elements of racism, from when, let's just say, in my situation, in personal story, I've been called the N-word by a black person. Is that racism?
Nope.
Or was that the black person just calling me that based off of the definition of what the N-word means definitionally, which would be stupid? Like I would say that's racism personally. Like for me to be called stupid or looked down upon because of the color of my skin, that would classify as racism. Racism, I mean, by definition, racism is basically, and I'm paraphrasing, but it's when you think that your race is superior to another race. So let's just say, for example, Hitler was racist.
That's not racism.
But that is the definition of racism.
That's not racism. So the reason why, this entire premise is a lazy argument. It's because you guys haven't done the work to actually understand the creation, inception, and the continuous perpetuation of race and racism. Like, you think that it's skin color, which race is not based off of skin color. And I'm not saying you believe this, but some people even believe that race is genetic, which it's not genetic. You guys completely miss the foundation to have this conversation. And so what happens is that you guys go off of the way that people have made you feel, and then deem that racism is categorized as the way that people make you feel. They make you feel bad, or they make you feel in a negative way because they say a name, and you think that that's racism because, one way that white people have consistently tried to perpetuate racism is by saying names. But the interesting part about the names that they continue to actually push is the acts that connect with the names, i.e. the reason why black people have such an affliction to white people spamming the hard R isn't because of the word. It's because of the actual actions that came with the word. Our ancestors, our family, our friends have been literally killed while that word was being weaponized against us. So it's not a situation where, they just said the word and just kept going on their way. No, as they were calling us the hard ER, they were stringing us up from the trees. They were throwing our babies to alligators. They were literally, the point being is the way that someone makes you feel is not racism. And even words alone wouldn't fall into the categorization of quote unquote racism, but it is the implication, the etymology of the word, and the impact that the word can have. And so you saying that someone called you the N-word, is that racist? No, a black person calling you the N-word is not racist. That's not how it works. And you need a deeper understanding to be able to really have that conversation.
But that's not the whole point, though. If you're just looking at it by definition, versus let's just say, for example, individual racism versus systemic racism, because you would agree there are two different instances of, you do have individual racism and you do have systemic racism, correct?
No. Give me an example of how you have experienced individual racism.
Sure. So basically, just off of the definition of what individual racism is, which would be what people do to others because of your race, then yeah, I would say sure. I've had individuals tell me that I can't play on their sports teams because I don't look like them. That to me, if we're going to go off the metric of that would be racist, if I said that to you, then why could I not apply that same metric to me if it's said to me? That seems very hypocritical.
Let's do this, Dabbot. I want you to tell me not just like an overarching premise of something that was quote unquote individual racism. I want you to give me a detailed account of you experiencing racism, like a detailed account.
Okay, sure. Yeah, in school, I wanted to play on a basketball team with a bunch of people, and I was one of the only guys in my county that was the white guy, and I didn't get chosen to play basketball. It had nothing to do with my ability, had nothing to do with my skill set. My point average was literally on par with everyone else. I just got told that I didn't cut it because I wasn't like them. That's what I was told. That's, to me, that's discrimination, yes, but also you could take that discrimination and say that could be racism too, because if I said the same thing to you, you wouldn't say that I was discriminating against you. You would say that I was playing the race card. I was being racist. Do you see the double standard there?
No. I can tell you why, but I want you to be able to finish fully fleshing out your point, and then also I want to be able to give you my counterpoint, and then we can talk about why there's no double standard. But are you completely done with your point?
Well, no, I would say also the fact that
I mean with the story, the specific story, because I said I want you to give you a detail. Okay.
Sure.
So is there anything else that you want to add from this story that would attribute you experience individual racism?
Yeah, I mean, I've gone downtown before into the city. And
no. With your story. No. Please.
With that specific story.
With that specific story, is there any other details that you want to add that quantifies your experience of individual racism?
No, I was just told I couldn't play with the individuals because I didn't look like them.
Okay, so to make sure I'm not like misrepresenting your story, was this high school, college? What was it?
Yeah, high school.
High school. Okay, so high school basketball. You wanted to play on a specific basketball team. You tried out for the team. You had the actual stats that you think would qualify you for said team. You did a good job with the tryout, and you were told that you aren't going to make the team because you aren't like them, and which you took that as they said that since you're not black that you can't play with them because you were the only white person that was trying out. Is that a accurate depiction of your actual story?
Yeah, the kids on the team specifically said that I could not play with
them. So the kids got it. The kids, perfect. So just one follow-up question. So you didn't make that team. What did you end up doing? Did you not play basketball? Did you have to play for another team? What happened?
No, I played for the private school.
Okay. So instead of playing for the team that you wanted to, you went and played for a private school.
Yep.
Okay. Any other details that you want to account to your individual experience of racism to actually drill home your point?
In that one instance, no.
Okay. All right. So I don't like anecdotal evidence because I don't think that it's substantial for any actual tangible like reality. And plus we have so much quantifiable data that we can actually, really demonstrate these type of things. But the reason why I wanted you to do that is because I wanted to hear your anecdotal story about your individual experience of racism. I'm going to share one of mine, not the most groundbreaking, not the most impactful, but just one. And for people who may have heard this before, I'm going to share this again. This is the first time that I actually experienced quote unquote racism. And this is what happened. So myself and 3 of my friends were walking up the street to go play basketball at a church. At this time, we were 8 years old. All 3 of us were 8. We were walking up the street in South Carolina in the summer to a church to play basketball. And as we're walking up the street in South Carolina at 8 years old, 4 black boys, minding our own business, we see a car of 2 white men flying up the street, and the 2 white men had to be in about their 20s, right? And so the 2 white men, as we're just walking up the street, minding our business, 4 black boys, 8 years old, going to play basketball at a church, the 2 white men lean out the side of their car and start slurring at us, screaming the hard ER. And I, 8 years old, Santana, defiant as ever, had heard a couple of words from a couple of people. And I knew when, someone says something to make you mad, there's a couple of things that you could say. And so I screamed out, "Fuck you." And as I screamed out, "Fuck you," to the two 20-some-odd-year-old white men that were flying up the street in South Carolina in the summer, screaming the hard ER at 4 black 8-year-old boys, I screamed, "Fuck you." They heard me and they hit a U-turn. And as they hit a U-turn, they drove back around as we're walking up the sideway and drove their car onto the sideway to cut us off. And so 2 white 20-some-odd-year-old men in the summer in South Carolina drove their car on the sideway to cut off 4 8-year-old black boys who were on their way to a church to play basketball, and they leaned out the window of their car, not like this, but actually leaned out to the point that they were sitting in their window halfway out of the car. And they immediately said, "What did you N-word say?" And I, still being defiant and stupid, got ready to double down on what I said until one of my friends stepped in front of me and stepped in front of all of us and said, "Nothing, sir. We didn't say anything. We're so sorry." And they said, "That's what we thought, hard ER." Got back in the car, 20-some-year-old, 2 white men in the summer in South Carolina who had pulled their car up on the sidewalk to cut off 4 8-year-old black boys on the way to a church to play basketball, got back in their car, pulled off, taken off up the street laughing. Now, that was my first individual experience and bout with racism. Now, the ramifications of that was, 1, I learned that even as a child, due to the fact that I was black, I was not at risk from my peers, other children, but also adults. 2, I learned that if I'm going to stand up for myself as a black boy, and i.e. a black man, then my life will literally be on the line. And 3, I learned that at that point, white men felt like they could actually do whatever they wanted and no one would care. So, Dad bod, I don't like anecdotal stories, but I do think it's important to actually have these conversations. Now, I gave you the opportunity to give me your anecdotal experience about you and quote unquote individual racism. I gave you the opportunity to add any additional details, and I gave you the opportunity to tell me what happened next. Your story, you wanted to play basketball, you thought that you were good enough, you didn't make the team, the people on the team told you that you can't play with them because you're not like them. You took it as they said that, "Oh, you're white, so you can't play with us," and you went and played basketball for a private school. I told you a story about myself and my 8-year-old friends walking up the street to go play basketball and how our lives were threatened by 2 white men in the summer just for walking up the street and being black. And from that point, I learned how society treats black people and how I have to protect myself in society. Now, Dad bod, I don't believe in anecdotal stories because I think they serve no function, no utility, right? Both of our stories are stories. There's no way to quantify that. Also, there is a thing of revisionist history where we may be forgetting some details. We may not be able to articulate everything that happened in the moment, everything that we're feeling, any additional details that we may have missed, but they're anecdotal stories. So Dad bod, my question now is, do you see the difference between your quote unquote individual experience of racism and my quote unquote individual experience with racism.
So I see the differences to how you're perceiving it versus I perceive it, because that one story was one story. The other kid that called me the N-word, he also stole my bike, pulled a knife.
Yeah,
on me.
can we finish with this like story before we move on to something else? Because I'm talking about that specific thing that we just did.
Based off of that one story, I don't generalize and say that all black people are horrible, mean, evil people, or bad, or racist because of one experience. I look at that and I say, this was a bad experience that I had. And unfortunately, there are people out there that are discriminatory. There are people out there that are racist. I will be the first to admit to that. But I'm not going to generalize an entire race of people because of a bad experience that happened to me. Like, I've had a lot of bad experiences happen to me from individuals that aren't my skin color. I'm not going to sit there and say they're all bad people. That would literally be closed-minded, generalizing, and it would be inaccurate and disingenuous.
What was the point of you bringing that up?
That's what you're doing. You just
okay, and that's what I was hoping. I was hoping that you were going to say that. So
well, because that's what you said.
When did I say that?
You said white men are racist after what happened to you. You said that's when I knew that white men were racist.
I said that's when I knew that
that's
white men were racist. That's a very broad generalization. I said I knew that.
No, you didn't say
my
those
place
white
within.
men. You said.
Wait, no, I'm saying did I specifically say white men are racist?
Yeah, you did. You said that's when I knew white men were racist. That's a generalization.
I'll give it to you. I don't remember saying that, but maybe it was a Freudian slip. But I stand on that. Yeah. No, that's not a generalization. That's a fact. Like I know that I experienced racism at that time, and I knew what was happening. But no, I didn't have the actual understanding of the complex system of race and racism at that time to understand why all white people are racist. But I do now, and this is the hang up, right? That you guys always get on when you hear that thing that all white people are racist, and you guys crash the fuck out when you hear that. And maybe it would be easier if you heard that all men are misogynists, or if you hear all able-bodied people are ableist. Like maybe if you guys stop personalizing it and thinking someone is attacking you, then you could actually take a step back and learn what's happening. Because it's not about you individually. It's about understanding the way that society has perpetuated harm and marginalized different people, and understanding the way that marginalization continues to persist today is super important. So when I say what I say, I'm not saying, Dad Bod, you're just a bad person. No, Dad Bod, I'm saying that the system and structure, the society that we live in, upholds whiteness and perpetuates harm towards anyone who is not white. That's white privilege. White privilege is your ability to move through society without the additional barriers of being non-white. And so, like, working on those inherent biases, those blind spots that you have because you don't have that lived reality of someone that's black, just like I have to unpack the internalized biases that I have because I don't live my life as a woman. Like, those are things that people have to deal with and address. And as soon as you can deal with those and address those things, then you become better. It's not about calling you out individually. It's about understanding the differences and working to break those differences down.
Okay. I wasn't sure. Are you done? Before I interject or rebut, I just wanted to make sure you were done with your
go ahead.
process.
Go ahead.
Okay. So again, going back to what you said though, by saying that and the reason why I'm arguing this point is because we're not born racist. For example, we don't see children that are 3, 4, 5 years old showing signs of being racist.
Yes,
it's
you
something
do.
that is taught.
No, you
They don't.
literally do.
I see
You literally
children
do.
all the time.
You literally do. You literally do. Dad bod, you
Really?
literally do.
Okay.
Yes.
So,
what's the doll test?
So in a mixed culture,
what's the doll test?
So
answer the question.
So
Dad,
you're saying
Dad bod.
a mixed racist,
Dad
a
bod.
mixed marriage.
Dad bod, can you stop for a second and tell me what's the doll test?
The doll test?
Yes.
You're referring to a study that was done that specifically showed which doll the kids pick over which skin color they were.
Yeah.
Yeah,
those
I'm
were
familiar
little
with
kids,
that.
right?
I don't think. Yeah, and again,
Okay.
they weren't like, this was done in the 1940s for one.
There's been updated studies that were completed as well. Tina, thank you so much for the hammer. And they weren't specifically taught racism because it wasn't just white kids. It was all kids. And it was because of the society that they were living in and the way that society viewed the different races. Like literally.
But that's society. That's not the way they're born, man. That's what I'm saying. Like, you're not born a racist. That's societal. And this goes back to the individual versus systemic. You're talking about systemic racism.
Okay, cool. So
that's what you're talking about.
The point that I'm making is the society that you are born into shapes your lived reality. Thank you so much for the heart hand, Red. Shout out to Red for the heart hand. The society that you are born into shapes the lived reality and also the world that we live in. Now, when it comes to just being born, yeah, like you're born dripping in white privilege and racism. And the reason why I say that is, do you know the difference between the infant mortality rate for black babies and white babies?
I'm sure you're going to tell me. I don't know off the top of my head. No.
What would you guess the discrepancy is between the infant mortality rates for black babies and white babies?
I think that with black infants, the mortality rate is probably 2 to 2.5 times higher than with white nationally. If I had to guess, it's somewhere around there probably.
Make sure I have the right number.
I mean, and if that's true, then what we're doing is we're talking about systemic.
The infant mortality rate for white babies is about 4.48. The national average is 5.61. The infant mortality rate for black babies is 10.93. This is, someone said, where'd you get your source from? NIH. This is from NIH. The point that I'm
so that would run in par with what I said then, about 2 to 2.5 times higher.
Yeah. So the point that I'm making is, not only is the infant mortality rate for black babies about 2.5 times higher, right? It's also white babies are below the national average. Now, Dad bod, my question to you is, what's the large discrepancy in medical treatment and advancements that separates black babies and white babies? What's this huge medical gap that somehow makes black babies different than white babies, which cause black babies to die at almost a 2.5 times higher rate than white babies?
I mean, there's a gap, obviously, for systemic reasons.
What's the gap?
Which
What do you mean?
What I was saying was systemic. I mean, systemic racism, where you have actual corporations that are discriminatory or utilizing systems that are based off of racism. That would be systemic, though.
Okay. So, thank you for the journal, Flamingo. The point that I'm saying is, if black babies right out of the womb are 2.5 times more likely to die than white babies right out of the womb, doing nothing, just being born, right? And then as soon as you have the ability to start to reason, become your own person, to actually take in society as a whole, society perpetuates the negativity towards being black versus the positivity towards being white. And even if you are a black or a white child who is, you know, just playing with dolls, you are more likely to look at a black doll as being negative than a white doll, which you look at a white doll as being positive. So out of the womb, you die at a higher rate. And then once you become conscious and you can actually start to be your own person, you automatically have a predisposition that black people are bad, white people are good. Tell me how this is not an instance of not only being born racist, but literally being trained to be racist, even if it's not intentional.
I mean, I would tell you that would be a case-by-case scenario, just because of the fact that I have daughters and I have, you know, children, and my children choose Moana over Snow White any day of the week. They would choose Moana over Snow White. It has nothing to do with the skin color, because we don't talk about or
race isn't skin color.
Program our children to think about the color of one's skin or
Dad,
race.
Can you please stop saying that? Can you please stop saying that race is not skin color? That's why I said, like, at the beginning of this conversation, I said, you haven't done the work to actually understand the things that you're talking about. And so you're going off of feelings.
Okay. So what race are you then? If you had to call yourself a specific race, what would you prefer to be called? Would you prefer to be called African American? Would you prefer to be called black? That's a genuine question. Because if you would refer yourself to be called black, then you are conflating race with the color of your skin. That's the whole point here. Racism is something that is taught. It is not something that is like you're born with. It's not something you just pop out of the womb all of a sudden. Yep. You already automatically know you're gonna either be for this skin color, this skin color, this race, or this race. It has nothing to do with that. But if we're going to conflate these two things, if we're going to go off of that metric, then it just seems like a disingenuous argument that we're going to have here. Like, I want to actually have a real conversation about this, but it seems to me that you're deflecting.
Sure.
And that's okay. Like, if you want to deflect, that's fine. I don't care. That's
give me a second. Give me a second.
Sure.
Okay. This is the information that you go to before you even get to the NIH, which talks about the actual infant mortality rates, right? And so the NIH is here. What does this say right here?
The text is too small. I'm on my mobile device.
What's that? Damn it. Hold on. Oh, here. What's the word that's used in NIH?
They're basing race off of a skin color.
What does that say?
Obviously the skin color, which is black.
Okay, black. But also the categorization of race is based off of Black/African American, right? There's a difference between race, ethnicity, and nationality, right?
Correct.
These descriptive terms are interchangeable when talking about the labeling of race, Black/African American, depending on how people use the descriptive terms. The reason why I say race is not based off of skin tone is because race is based off of socially acceptable phenotypical characteristics. Those phenotypical characteristics are not limited to skin tone. The reason why I say that is because Black people can have white skin. Black people can have blonde hair. Black people can have blue eyes. So when you boil it down to something as minute as just skin tone, while that may be your level of understanding, I'm telling you that's not what race is. And you trying to have that conversation while just talking about skin tone underlies the point that you have not done the work, and having this conversation with you about this does nothing because you have not actually gotten to the point of being able to hold this conversation in any type of intelligent manner. It's just feelings.
Okay, but what I was saying was, if we're going to talk about race specifically, that race is not solely based on
Dadbot, your phone is wait, Dadbot, I'm muting you. I'm muting you. Your phone's breaking up for a second. I'm sorry, your phone's breaking up. I'm gonna give you a moment. Let me just thank a couple of people and then I'll come back to you. Hopefully your signal's better. W's in the chat for Tori. Tori, thank you so much for the 10 YouTube membership subscriptions. I appreciate the hell out of you, Tori. W's in the chat for Tori, guys. A million W's in the chat for Tori. W's in the chat for Melissa for the $5 super chat to say, brilliant work, sir. Old queer Southerner here whose mother insisted I learn the truth despite my surroundings. Please keep speaking the truth to ignorance. I am definitely going to try, Melissa. W's in chat for Melissa. W's in the chat for Rachel for the $5 donation saying, I don't know if you saw, but Trump had young girls go to his house in Mar-a-Lago last week for a fashion show. No, it wasn't last week. It was a couple of weeks ago. But yeah, they had a yearly Mar-a-Lago beauty pageant. It was so weird. W's in the chat for it's a waffle mix for the $6 donation saying, a tiny token of my appreciation. Love you and what you do so much. Thank you so much. It's a waffle mix. I appreciate the hell out of you. W's in the chat for Heather. Heather sent a $5 donation saying, when are they going to figure out that we're not oppressed? White privilege. We're privileged. Someone hurting our fifis isn't oppressions. Daily hugs to you, Heather. Thank you so much. I was in chat for Ryan for the $5 donation saying, watching it live and I have a question. Do you think that the death penalty should be brought back in a perfect world for billionaires who have caused irreparable harm, i.e. Big Oil, Elon Musk, etc.? Is this too far left of an idea? No, I think we should make people face the wall. W's in the chat for Garrett for the $5 donation saying, that never happened. LMAO. I'm not going to invalidate his experience. I'll just trust him, bro. But I just want to make sure like the comparison aren't like a thing. W's in chat for Marie for the $3 donation saying, the visceral need for some of my cornbread cousins to feel like victims is wild. Donuts. Yeah, it is super interesting. I don't know why though. W's in chat for Amanda for the $5 donation saying, join late. Just saying thanks again for gaming with Santana last night. It was hella fun and it was a great and wonderful community you've built to interact with and engage with you and others in another light. Always appreciate how authentic you are. Amanda, thank you so much for that. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. It was a lot of fun hanging out with you guys and doing that. W's in chat for Garrett. Thank you for the one. Yeah, I figured that's who you were talking about. W's in the chat for Cher sent a $1 donation saying, how are you this morning? I was wondering if you had any recommendations for better self-like books or anything. I'm not sure what you mean self-like. If you can reply to that message or the message for the donation you sent and tell me what you mean, I might be able to answer. W's in the chat for Emily for the one, relaying from Crystal. Trump deployed National Guard to tourists in federal areas in DC, not high crime areas where it would be more helpful. It looks like control. It looked control, but is ineffective where it actually needed it. And they were still, the more that they could have done. That's what I was telling them as well. And also W's in chat for the $1 follow-up saying, I wanted to clarify, I'm relaying for Crystal from Hey, it's Skinny in the chat. Thank you so much. I appreciate the hell out of you. That was in chat for Ms. Torres for the $1 donation saying, Santana, you did not say all white men are racist. You said is when you realize how society viewed you as a black person, and went on to talk about your life and was being at risk trying to protect yourself. Dad bod, you're disgusting to try to flip that story. Yeah, it's fine. I'll cede that to him. I mean, I think there's a bigger understanding behind that. I mean, like the manipulation of words are, things that people try to do, but I try to master the practice of speaking clearly and meaning what I say. That was in chat for Ms. Torres for the follow-up dollar donation saying they did a study where they wanted to see how children viewed races using money and which race deserves more, and the white children acted differently when an adult was in the room versus when they were alone. The youngest was 3 years old. Child see it too because of society. That's the point that I'm getting to as well. That was in chat for Mando for the $2 donation. I don't understand why it's so hard for white people to say, I don't know. I don't understand why it's so hard for us white people to own where the problem. Dad bod's ego is so big, he won't let himself learn. But this track, since he defends a pedophile and a rapist. Yeah, Trump is absolutely that. That was in chat for Jocelyn for the $1 donation saying, must be nice to be an ignorant white man. That's the thing. That was in the chat for Marie for the $1 donation saying, can I slap him with a ham sandwich? Be nice, Marie. W's in chat for Indigo for the $15 donation saying, I want to buy you that book. It will change you. Thank you so much for the 15. I'm going to order that. I'm going to absolutely order it. W's in chat for J-Hop for the 5 say, what color would you call Asian people, Dad bod? That's a good question. I'm going to come back to that. W's in the chat for J-Hops as well for another $5 say, see how race is not skin color? That's like a great point. That was in chat for Kimberly for the $10 donation saying, I'm always here. I love you and very proud of you. Being in this space feels like a big family. Sorry, it's on. Stop it. That $10 is a lot of fucking money. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And thank you for spreading love. I appreciate the hell out of you. And last one for now, W's in chat for Avocado for the $2 donation saying, the whole technical dancing around racism and its meaning just shows how desperate people are to make themselves the good ones. It's pitiful. It absolutely is. W's in the chat for all the donos, guys. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter, disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. 2.2 thousand people hanging out here, guys. Look up at the top. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. Hit the follow button. Turn on notifications so you know when we go live. I'm sorry that my energy isn't where it needs to be at the moment, but I promise you I will get it back and we'll pick things up and we'll be better here shortly. I promise. All right, Dad bod, check your signal. Is it better?
I don't know. I mean, you tell me.
Yeah, way better. You were a choppy robot before.
Sorry about that. Now, what I was saying was based off of the definition of race. I understand that it's not specific to a skin color. What I was saying is that black is considered a race, which is a color. So that's what I was saying. I wasn't saying that it's exclusive. And also, as far as the Asian comment's concerned, I wouldn't say that Asians have any specific skin color because we have Cambodian, we have Vietnamese, we have Indian, we have Chinese, we have Japanese, we have Korean, and all of the skin color fluctuate based on heat. That's kind of a silly question.
All right, that's why we wouldn't go off of skin color because of that very thing. Like literally, that's why we wouldn't say skin color because there are people within the same race that have different skin colors. Like that's the point. And Dabba, like the issue is like definitions are descriptive, not prescriptive, meaning the reason why we have definitions, it's because that's how words are currently being used, right? That's all that definitions are. Definitions tell how words are currently being used in society. So just saying the definition of racism, right, that sure, I mean, we can talk about how the word racism is currently being used, but that's why I talk about the functionality of racism. And your premise behind individual racism, like I don't subscribe to that, but let's quantify that. And like the best way to quantify racism, because your story versus my story is just like, you know, who do you trust more? I don't really care about who do you trust more. So let's elevate it to how racism has overwhelmingly disenfranchised white people. Can you give me any type of quantifiable, substantial way that racism has negatively impacted white people?
Yeah, I mean, I've given you examples before in previous conversations we've had, specifically when government grants and
what do you mean?
funds
Be specific.
When I was applying to college, when I was younger, I was in the class of humanities with basically just a cultural melting pot of different individuals. And my friend Tabitha, who's Black, was able to get into Wake Forest. And she was provided a specific grant. It was a government grant that allowed her to have.
Yeah. I remember this conversation. Okay, wait, stop for a second, Dad. So you talked about an actual individual story, right? And then I said that, that's not something that we can quantify. So we end up taking a look at the government grants that were issued by race, and we saw that overwhelmingly white people got governmental grants. And so that's why I said it's like not what we're talking about. So like, I don't want to run down that same trail again, because again, we can just look at how grants have been accessed and the amount of monies versus loan and all this other stuff breaks down in a racial category. Like, we've already done that, but like that, can you give me something that can be quantified, not something based off of an experience that you think that you have? Because again, like, that's just a trust me, bro, but like something that we can okay, how about this? Do you know what the actual one second here. Okay. I want to make sure I get the exact number. All right. Where is it? When it comes to sentencing, for Black men specifically, the actual percentage of Black men that receive more jail time for the same exact crimes with the same like criminal history of their white counterparts, Black men get a 20% longer sentence time than white men, their counterpart, for committing the same crime with the same criminal history. It's not because there's like they're individually worse or anything like that. They're the same history, same crimes and all this other stuff. And so Black people, even within the prison system, while being punished within the prison system, receive more time just for being Black versus white people who are given more leniency for being white. So like, that's a very specific, smaller level example of like the actual point of racism impacting Black people. I have like tons of examples that I can give with more information, but I wanted to give you something simple. Can you give me something like that that can be quantified?
No, not based off of just my not having a computer in front of me where I can look up data or information. No. I mean, I would just go off of the government programs, the grants that are facilitated towards.
We've already debunked that one though. Like you're saying that, but we've already
had that conversation. Moderators booted me last time we tried having that conversation. She said that I was spreading misinformation.
Yeah, we've already talked about the government breakdown and how white people receive on average not only more grants and scholarships, but they have more access to loans for education as well. Bot.
Can you hear me? My signal's kind of in and out again. I apologize.
No, you're good. You were muted.
Okay, sorry about that. But it's my Bluetooth. But no, the last time we tried having that conversation, one of your moderators said that I was spreading misinformation. I was really just using an example.
Yeah, I said that
like what you based off of the jail time, I would say that either A, you have two things. Either A, it's systemic.
One second, Dabot. I didn't give you that information so you could try to speculate the difference or why that actual discrepancy exists or anything like that. I have no interest in having you like actually litigate something that you haven't even looked at or studied. I would like for you just to give me something that was just an example for you so you can actually lay out something that's quantifiable. Like that's all I was looking for. You're muted again. W's in the chat for Michelle for the $5 donation saying, hey, Santana, sorry I missed your stream Sunday. I was celebrating turning 30. I love you, your work, and can't wait to keep watching. Michelle, thank you so much for the $5 donation and happy belated birthday. I hope you had an amazing birthday. And I hope that you're doing well. Thank you for being here with us and being a part of our community. It's gone. W's in the chat for Ms. Torres for the $20 super chat to say, caller, you cannot be a victim of something that wasn't meant to benefit the people that was meant to benefit the people like you and I. You're a beneficiary of racism. That is literally the whole point. W's in the chat for Chip for the $10 donation saying, so he was afforded private school, but Tabitha got a grant. WTF. Yeah, absolutely. W's in the chat. And W's in the chat for MRL, who sent a $50 YouTube super chat to say, unwillingness of this guest to see the obvious abuse of people of color suffer daily is truly cruel. I don't know how Black people in particular carry out such a heavy emotional load. How can he hear about children being threatened and not get heartbreaking with what they deal with? W's in the chat for MRL Mike for the $50 YouTube super chat. Like, that's fucking massive. I appreciate the hell out of you. I sincerely mean that. I mean, if I'm going to be honest, and if I'm just going to be really honest, they don't look at Black and brown people as humans. Like, they put no value on Black and brown bodies, and so they're able to justify the things that happen by saying, well, you know, that's the reason why this happened is this. The reason why that happens is this. Well, this may be the cause of this. The reason why they don't, like, they find ways to justify like the cruelty and death that non-white people experience is because they don't value non-white people at all. So that's it. W's in the chat for Ashley. Holy fuck. Ashley sent a $100 donation. Holy fuck. Thank you so much for the $100, Ashley. I really mean that. Holy shit. Thank you. Ashley sent $100 and said, hey, Santana, I've been watching your lives for a while now. I just want to say I've learned a lot from watching your streams. I wanted to send you some love and appreciation from Canada. Thank you to the neighbors to the north. I hope you and management have a great day. I think we absolutely will. W's in the chat for Ashley. W's in the chat for all the donos, guys. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you are friendly, keep tapping the screen. Hi, Jam. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background? Jam77, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? I'm going to drop you. For the Abigail person, you said, I keep requesting yes, and I keep trying to accept you and you drop out. I literally just sent you a request. It's on your screen. Hit that accept button. You like, I don't know what's happening or whatever the case may be, but like literally you keep requesting up and I keep accepting you, and you disconnect right before you load in. That's not a TikTok issue or anything. Like you're literally dropping prior to you actually connecting. So Abigail, I sent you a request. Accept the request. Like all you have to do, it's still on your screen. All you have to do is hit accept. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you are a friendly, keep tapping the screen. Let's get the likes up to 400,000 likes, please. 400,000 likes. If you're over on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Also, if you're watching from YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, and you would like to actually join the live, you do not have to actually leave where you are. The only thing that you have to do is click that link. And if you click that link, it will allow you to join from where you are. You don't have to leave the app that you're on. You can debate me from where you are. You do not have to leave where you're currently at. Hey, thank you so much for the manifesting. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background? Beat, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
I'm not a Trump supporter.
Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
What's good, bro? Remember me how I said I was going to be back and debunk that whole study on Citigroup?
Oh, yeah, sure. Okay. Are you back
so
to
I
do
looked
that?
into it. Yep.
Okay, let's do it. For anyone who doesn't remember, yesterday we had a conversation. We were talking about the impacts of racism on the United States of America. I cited the study that was completed by Citibank Group, stating that the United States of America has lost out on $16 trillion due to racism. And so Real said that he was going to go back and take a look at the study and then come back and debunk the study. So floor is yours. Where would you like to start?
Did you know that they revised the study for 2024 and they admitted that it was extremely exaggerated and that money was not lost. It was just invested somewhere else.
Where did you get that from?
Just look at their 2024 revised study of that same study.
Okay,
that study was done in 2020.
Where'd you get that specifically from? Are you saying the Citibank Group actually said that?
Yeah, they said it had a lot to do with economic factors, not really race.
Okay, so let's 1 second here. I'm gonna pull up the actual study, and I would love for you to tell me where there was the revision, because I'm here. I have the study. It shows the complete breakdown. Sorry, 1 second here. I'm gonna put this on the screen for you. Or better yet, can you just tell me like how to specifically get to where you say the revision is? Because I'm looking at the actual site and there's no revision listed on the actual site. So maybe if you can tell me where to go specifically to get it, then I can actually look at what you're looking at.
Yeah, give me 2 seconds. Let me pull it up.
Mm-hmm.
It just sucks I can't be on my phone on another screen because then it mutes me.
Mm-hmm. And just for the chat, just to share this with you guys for a second so you guys can see what I am looking at. Let's see here, go here, and then here. This is Citibank Group. This is where they're talking about the study. The actual posting is September 23rd, 2020. And there's no revisions that have been listed here on this page. And so we're going to see if he can point us in the right direction to specifically find the revisions.
Okay, so it says Citigroup acknowledged. I'm going to that website, which is in the Citigroup website. I guess you're going to have to read the 2024 update.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. You can just tell me like where to go to pull it up and I'll put it on the screen. I'm not saying that, oh, you're lying or anything. I'm just saying like I can't find it. So if you can tell me directly where to find it, then we can look at it.
Do you want the URL?
Just tell me like the title and we'll go from there.
Closing the Racial Wealth Gap, Citigroup. Article 2024, April 2. Can I just give a summary of what I'm reading?
No, I was able to pull it up here. Give me a second here. All right, I'm going to put this on the screen. Let me switch this. Go here a second. And then let's replace this with this and then this there. Okay, we got it there. All right. This is what you're looking at, right? This is closing the racial wealth gap. Economic gaps between Black people and white people in the United States persist. Some racial gaps, like wealth gap, have widened since 2020. Other racial gaps in the business, such as racial gaps in the business ownership, have narrowed. Racial gaps continue to be a material headwind in the U.S. economic, impacting Black communities and individuals through unequal access to work, housing, and business and ownership. We've updated our scenario contained in the 2020 Citigroup report, Closing the Racial Gap, Racial Inequity Gaps, the Economic Costs of Black Inequity in the United States, to estimate potential sizes in the dollar terms of racial gaps in income, business ownership, and home ownership. We find that the scale of these three racial gaps could have totaled up to $3.9 trillion between 20 and 24. Driving the potential accumulative of the same three racial inequities since turning the millennium to 21.3 trillion, which have been significantly boon in the has been a significant boon in the United States, in the entire U.S. economy. Hey, quick question: what did you think this was saying? As if you'd like to support live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links, and link trade in bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. Keep tapping the screen, share the live. Let's go ahead and get the likes up. If you don't mind, can we get the likes up to 400,000 likes? Also, make sure you hit that follow button. Make sure you hit that follow button. 2,000 people hanging out here. If you look up at the top and you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button, turn on notifications so you know when I go live, because I go live all the time. Hey, Real, you have to swipe back into the app every once in a while. I know you're probably reading that again, but I really need to answer to my question. What did you think that was saying?
Read the last paragraphs. It says some of the economic activity generated closing the racial wealth gap is a substitution for other economic activity. We highlight where such substitutions might occur and underline that our analysis is simply an economic approximation of the scale of three racial gaps in business ownership, income, and home ownership.
So what do you think that's saying?
That the money was not lost; it was just invested somewhere else, and they then
no. That's not what that says at all. That's not what that says at all.
Yeah.
Therefore,
so
some of these.
Listen to Citigroup.
Wait for a second. Hold on. Wait for a second. Therefore, some of the economic activities generated by closing the racial wealth gap is a substitution for other economic activities. What does that mean? That means that if we actually close the wealth gap, then it would have benefits on other things more than just the actual wealth gap. So just because they're talking about the wealth gap does not mean that the only thing that it would do is fix the wealth gap. It's saying that you can actually replace the discrepancy with the wealth gap with a multitude of things, and it'll actually correct those things as well. That's the assumption that they're making, right? We highlight where such substitutions may occur and underline that our analysis is simply an economic approximation of the scale of the three racial gaps in business ownership, economic, and home ownership. Again, you can look at other economic impacts and replicate it with that same type of information. Again, this information that you're giving is not saying what you think it says at the bottom.
Yeah, but this is, you're only going to listen. Can
I? Sure, but let me finish my point. That's not what it says at the bottom. And even more so, this source cooks you, because your original point was that the reason why you were disputing this, you said that they revised the numbers for that time frame, and the numbers were inaccurate, and they had just allocated the funds somewhere else.
Last paragraph
I just read the last paragraph. That's not what it's
for that number.
We just covered that.
What does substitution mean? That means the money wasn't lost. It was just invested.
No. Stop for a second.
Then, hold on.
Hey, no. Stop and just listen to me for a second.
Keep talking and not let me explain.
No, because you don't understand. You're not comprehending what this says. Just stop for a second. Therefore, some of these economic activities generated by closing the wealth gap, by closing the racial wealth gap, is a substitution for other economic activities. We highlight where such substitutions may occur and underline that our analysis is simply an economic approximation of the scale of three racial gaps: business ownership, income, and home ownership. So what this is saying is that there are more than those three types of economic principles within. There's a multitude of other economic principles that they can look at instead of home ownership and business ownership and income. They can look at like investments. They can look at like commercial realty or like things like that. There's other economic factors that they could take and substitute into this actual analysis and give similar projections. But they're saying that they use those three. They use those three to build this model. They're not saying that, oh, the money was taken and put somewhere else in the economy. It's saying that this is the actual source that they're using to actually verify the information.
Exactly. So if they're using those three models, economic, housing, and all that, so why do you just twist it and say it's all about race and they're just doing it because they're black people? It's obviously because a lot of these people don't have the income for them to get loans. It has more to do about class.
What is this? No, it doesn't. What does this say right here? Why you said, why am I making about race? What does this say right here? That's highlighted in blue. Hold on, let me make it bigger just so I can make sure you see it. What does that say?
Again, you're only reading
Can you
read
please
other people's studies on that study?
Sure. Can you give me another study to read?
Yes, hold on.
Sure.
Let me just read this from you.
No.
That's from
No.
Okay?
I need you.
It's
No. You said you're going to give me another study. No, stop it, real. Stop it. I'm telling you, when I tell you, I'm really not for the shits right now. I just need you to be very direct, and I need you to be very concise. You said, why are we only looking at this study from Citigroup? I said, fine. give me another study and we'll look at the study. Can you please give me another study that's comparable to the study that Citigroup completed?
The NPR
Can I finish what I'm saying? Can you give me another study that's comparable to the Citigroup study that contradicts what was being said? And the NPR article is not another study. Can you give me another study that is comparable to the Citigroup study that negates what it's saying, and we can look at that study?
Okay, give me 2 seconds.
While you do that, I'm gonna thank a couple of people. W's in the chat for Ruby for the $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Ruby, for the 5. He said, Dad bod reminds me of other issues as white people with our ignorance. So I want to ask if he's still in the live. How does the blindfold feel? And he probably just leans into it, if I'm going to be honest. Deb's in the chat for Jalen. Jalen, thank you so much for the $20 donation. He said, thank you for educating the masses. Last night's stream was crazy with the super slave. Yeah, that shit was insane. I've been listening to you for a while. I've listened to you for a while as I prepare for my PhD candidacy exam this Thursday. And I've been super productive while listening to your streams. Daily hugs. Jalen, thank you so much for the daily hugs. Thank you for being here listening. And Jalen, fucking kill it. Fucking kill it. And I know you well because I can see your PFP, and Black Girl Magic is real. I'm so proud of you. Go knock that out and come back and make sure you let us know how you did. W's in the chat for Jalen. W's in the chat for Jalen. W's in the chat for Wendy for the $5 donation. Sending this so I can buy more, so you can buy more sick hats. Sent money the other day because I like the difference. Yeah, thank you. W's in the chat. Yeah, this is my Laker hat. I just got it. What up, Hector? W's in the chat for Wendy. So much for that $5 donation. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. All right, Rod, did you have that study you wanted us to look at?
Yeah, so obviously you're not letting me talk and read off these studies. You just want sources like a website that you can go to. And I'm telling you right now, you can go to NPR, you can go to CBS, where they do explain some of it. So I just
want to be able to.
Wait, let me finish talking.
No, I'm sorry. Real,
so I can't finish.
Stop. No, I don't want you to monologue. Listen to what I'm saying. I just want to be able to pull the study up and put it on the screen so we can look at it together. You're talking about an NPR article, and I'm not talking about articles. I'm talking about a comparable study. Your point was, you said this, not me. You said, why are you only looking at the Citigroup study? Why aren't you looking at other studies? I said, okay, I'll accept that. Can you give me a comparable study that actually negates the Citigroup study? And you're supposed to be giving me the study. You telling me about an article. Wait, I'm going to finish my sentence. Can you please have impulse control?
Good.
I'm muting you. Please stop. Can you please give me a study that is comparable to the study that was completed by Citibank Group that negates that study, that we can put it on the screen and we can examine it together?
No, I don't really have time to do all this.
You cut out.
Sorry, I got a phone call. I would just encourage people to go research the.
No. Absolutely not. No. Your whole point was that you were going to go and review the study and then come back and debunk the study. That's literally what you said. You said that. And then you come back and you start off by saying that the study was wrong and they put in revisions because the number was lower and they reallocated some of the money to different parts of the economy. I pull up the fact that there's no revision that has been posted by Citibank Group. I go to the post, the information that you gave me, and number 2, this is not a revision of their previous information. This is an addition. because they also added the information from 2020 to 2024. So what I will say to you is W's in the chat for you, because I will no longer be saying that the United States of America has lost out on $16 trillion due to racism. I will now be saying the United States of America has lost out on $21.3 trillion due to racism. No longer saying 16. The new number is 21.3 trillion. And then last but not least, at no point did this information that you gave say anything about different economic places where the money was put. No, it says that these were the 3 controlled metrics that they actually used to come up with the study, and not an actual replacement, but you can use other indicators and replicate similar data. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you are friendly, keep tapping the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only 1 point. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. If you are 2.1 thousand people hanging out, look up at the top. If you look up here and you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. Hit that follow button. Turn on notifications so you know when we go live. We go live all the time. We're on our way to 200,000 followers. For some reason, we only got 28 new followers on the stream. I know for a fact that there's more than 28 people that's watching that don't follow me. Hit that follow button, guys. Also, if you're over on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. We would if you hit the thumbs up, that'll help push out the VOD. I would love to have as many thumbs up as we have people watching. If you're over on YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, and you would like to actually join the live, you don't have to leave where you are. The only thing that you have to do is click that link and you can join. Hi, Finn, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Trump is the best president ever.
Okay. Does that mean you're a Trump supporter?
Of course, Trump 2020, keep America great. 4 more years, baby. 4 more fucking years. We're going to defeat Joe Biden and Kamala and win 4 more years in the White House. Let's fucking go.
Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you are a friendly and you would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Oh, person didn't load. W's in the chat for 20. 20 sent a $5 donation saying justice for hope. As always, lots of love from your house, from my house to yours. W's in the chat for 20. And yeah, I guess justice for hope. W's in the chat for Jared for the $1 donation saying the money's getting really tight again, but still wanted to help with the gummy worm fund. No thanks makes up the continued energy you must spend and re-traumatization you endure doing this, but it always thanks for what you do. It pisses me off that so many people are blind to this. W's in the chat for Jared. Yeah, I don't think people are blind to it. I think that people are intentionally doing what they're doing. Like it's a whole thing. W's in the chat for Hayden for the $5 donation. Cleaning my room with my grandma, and she loves your lives. It's slowly debunking her racist beliefs. Thank you, Santana. That makes me happy. Thank you so much, Hayden. It makes me extremely happy. W's in the chat for Just Devin, who sent a $2 donation saying, Dad bot, if you're listening, I'm a white person and I'm pretty disgusted by the harm that you just caused by trying to compare your life event to the actual racism that black people have to deal with and with all the fucking time. Listen, learn, and do better. W's in the chat. I think that like the issue is that it's not the fact that he doesn't know. It's the fact that he wants to continue to perpetuate the myth that is him being some type of victim. It's weird. It's wild. And even when it comes to like these conversations, the problem that I have with these conversations is not that people want to have these conversations, but people want to have these conversations without actually doing any type of work to have a substantial conversation. That's why when people come in and they say like, oh, what can you do as a black person? I'm sorry, what can I do as a white person that you can't do as a black person? That's like the most laziest argument ever. Like, it's so lazy and it takes nothing to actually debunk. And I'll say this as well. Like, you see a lot of the actual Trump supporters, they come in, and when they come in to actually debate, they never want to talk about substance. They never want to talk about policy. They never want to actually get into any of the whole points, right? They just want to try to talk about identity politics because they know that they support not only a president that is wildly unpopular, but they support a president who has crashed our economy, who has prices going up, who is actively engaging in war, who is overwhelmingly harming all Americans. That's why they have no interest in actually talking about anything of substance. They don't want to talk about policy. They can just talk about the things that make them feel a certain way. And let's not pretend that we don't understand that it's all about feelings. This guy said red will win in 2028. Zergal or whatever, sure. I'm going to go ahead and mute you for the live because, one, I don't give a shit about what you're saying in the comments, but I just sent you a request. Come up here and tell me how, quote unquote, red will win, because every single election that has occurred, not only has, quote unquote, red not won, but the Republican Party has continued to get their ass handed to them, right? Not only has the Republican Party gotten their ass handed to them, the Republican Party is freaking out. They're freaking out, so much so to the point that Donald Trump and his team are bracing to lose the House and the Senate. They're bracing to lose the House and the Senate. Now, what I will say is that some people are speculating, and this is not me. I don't have my tinfoil hat on. But what I will say is that, wait, you claim free speech and then mute people. Sophia, when the fuck did I claim free speech? You got me fucked up. I just muted you off of GP. I literally just muted you off GP. One, I've never, quote unquote, claimed free speech. Two, that's not how free speech works, you donut. Come up here and tell me about it. That's lit. You guys are so stupid. You don't even know how things work. Hi, Kim, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Kim, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
No. No.
Okay, I'll drop you down. They love screaming free speech and have no, like, the funny thing is this is how Republicans work, right? They claim to love the Constitution while not knowing the Constitution, right? But then they're willing to allow the Constitution to be violated because they don't know the Constitution. Like, it's the most insane, mind-numbing shit ever.
Hi, brother. How are you?
Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
No, I sent a donation about the billionaires. I think I take back what I said about that, though, because personally, if the state has any control over who receives the unallowating penalty, then I believe they'll start to abuse that power for anybody who is considered politically.
Yeah. The point that I was making, which I wasn't specifically talking about billionaires. I think there's another level to the entire thing, and like the whole point that I'm making is that like, I do think that there is utility in making certain people face the wall. So while I don't advocate for violence or, loss of life or anything, I understand that, like, let's say in revolutionary situations, if people are standing between the revolution of all people and the liberation of all people, and they want to hold on to whatever the current system is, whether it be the patriarchal system, whether it be, you know, white supremacy with whiteness and things like that, and they're standing in the way of liberation for all people, especially Black people, but liberation for all people, then I have no issue with making them face the wall. And the reason why I'm good with saying that about billionaires is because billionaires, and I mean, like, capitalism and racism go hand in hand, and billionaires are like succubus, I guess, for lack of a better word. So I have no issues with it overall.
I mean, starting out, I was okay with it. I would be able to point back to, you know, the Deepwater Horizon oil spill, which was about like 5 million barrels of oil spilled into the ocean, and then like deep sea mammals like sea turtles and dolphins and different varieties of fish started to unalive due to that. And there was like millions of sea animals started to unalive due to that. Kiribati, which is an island, they actually had to evacuate some parts of the island because of the rising sea levels. The Maldives, the people of the Maldives had to evacuate some parts of their island due to the rising sea levels and the climate risks that were caused directly by Exxon and BP. You know, there's so many other elements that contribute to the suffering. And I think personally, for people that are on the left, I think they need to understand that the outrage needs to be directed toward the billionaires and toward the ultra wealthy, not toward the struggling low income families that are trying to afford their electric bill. But
you mean the right?
No, because I think that the left still has a way of defending the ultra wealthy still, such as, you know, I could think of moderate Democrats supporting the ultra wealthy. Plenty of moderate Democrats support the ultra wealthy, and they think that specifically the oil executives should be supported and funded.
Sure. I can
executives could be funding.
I can grant you that, but like talking about moderate Democrat and talking about like leftists or people on the left, or even like your premise was talking about like the death penalty, and while I talked about like making them face the wall, there's no moderate Democrat that's like arguing those positions. And so like I think that's a little bit of a disingenuous statement, but even more so, overwhelmingly you see the right, regardless of the economic class, the right overwhelmingly supports billionaires. I mean, the billionaires are on both sides of the political spectrum, but when you talk about like the majority of people and you talk about like the left, not moderate Democrats, because the moderate Democrats are Republicans, but the left, like I think that's a false equivalent.
Yeah, I might have incorrectly phrased that.
But why wouldn't
yeah, no,
you?
I do agree that the right do overwhelmingly support the ultra wealthy and the billionaire class.
Yeah, I think it's I mean that's why like I didn't say left or right when I talked about what I was talking about. I talked about the actual system of capitalism, right? And the point that I'm getting to more than anything, and the reason why I don't talk about like left or right when it comes to capitalism is because, again, there's billionaires on the left, there's billionaires on the right. And there's when you talk about Bill Gates or you talk about Elon Musk, when Donald Trump passed the BBB, both of them benefited the same way, right? Like that's the entire thing. And so like the only way that you can actually have anything that's beneficial for the people is by addressing capitalism. Like capitalism is not beneficial at all. And capitalism upholds those other systems that continue to disenfranchise us. So like it's so much more than just saying like the money.
I don't like capitalism either, but I think the reason why I was swayed through argument with some of my other friends was because of the fact that we are known at being terrible with assigning the blame cleanly. Like whenever we want to assign the blame to one specific person, there's always just a huge conglomerate of many different people that are associated with that one person. So who do you actually assign that blame to cleanly? And if we were to actually bring that unaliving penalty back for people who have caused that irreparable harm or irreparable harm, such as Elon Musk and these big oil executives, which we don't really necessarily have the names of, and, you know, everybody else who is part of the billionaire class, how would we be able to assign the blame cleanly to those people and not the people that are essentially allowing them to cause this harm?
I guess I'm a little confused as far as like when you say assign the blame for the death penalty or whatever the case may be. Like I'm a little confused as far as why one we're assigning the blame specifically for the death penalty, but even more so too. I'm like more so worried about like what we can do to destroy these current systems that we live in that overwhelmingly harm people. If we destroy the systems that we live in, then the individuals who benefit from the system no longer benefit from the system. And the point being is if we're destroying the system and they're trying to stop us from destroying the systems, then I'm good with making them face the wall. And it becomes a lot more simpler for me, which goes back to the point that I made. If anyone is standing in the way between liberation and, liberation for people, for Black people, for all people, anyone that wants to stop liberation, then all of them can face the wall. It's super simple.
Yeah, I mean, for example, say if we elected a board of legislators that were all progressive and they decided that they wanted to bring back the unaliving penalty, right? And this unaliving penalty was specifically meant to bring some of the billionaires who have caused this irreparable harm to the lower and middle class, as well as the island people, such as in Kiribati and in the Maldives. You know, how do we know that the state wouldn't abuse that power? How do we know that the state wouldn't try and execute anybody who was politically inconvenient to them? And then we would be able to find these massive loopholes to try and hold other people accountable that may not even have a stake in the game, so to speak.
I think you are missing my point, right? I understand that you're trying to debate the utility of the death penalty, right? And like I'm not saying that, you can't have that conversation. The point that I'm just saying is I don't find value in that conversation because one, with selecting those individuals that would face that penalty, it doesn't stop more individuals from popping up that are willing to face that penalty to gain what the other person had. So it's literally just putting a Band-Aid on a cannon wound, right? And the only way that you properly address that issue is by dismantling those systems, i.e. capitalism, racism, gender. Like you dismantle those systems, and then anyone who stands in the way of dismantling those systems, you make them face the wall. And once you line up the first couple of them, I bet you people stop standing in the way. You make a few of them face the wall, I bet you all of them will stop. But until you actually dismantle that system, the only thing that you're doing is putting a temporary solution in place.
I agree with that concept totally. I think maybe using it as a way to further deter people from trying to acquire that level of wealth unethically is a good idea.
Can you tell me who's an ethical billionaire? What's an ethical billionaire?
There are no ethical billionaires. That's why I said unethically.
Well, yeah,
they all acquire that status unethically.
Right, and that's why, that's an oxymoron. There's no such thing as an ethical billionaire. So, you mean just acquiring that level of wealth?
Right.
Okay.
Right. Just stating it as a concept that always happens, no matter what.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I hear the premise of what you're saying. I do think that the premise of what you're saying is like addressing an actual symptom instead of the root cause. Just like when I talk about, like, hey, mandatory vasectomies. The reason why I would advocate for mandatory vasectomies before I would ever advocate for abortion ban is because the need for an abortion is just a symptom of the problem. And the need for the death penalty is just a symptom of the problem that create the systems that create the people that can capitalize from it. Like, capitalism is a self-fulfilling monster. No matter how much you have within capitalism, the point of capitalism is to consume more. And if there's just two people at the top with all the wealth, then it won't stop until those two people eat each other and one person has all the wealth. And then once one person has all the wealth, it won't stop until it consumes itself. Like, that's how capitalism works. So it's so much more to that. And so just saying, like, the actual death penalties to stop them from, like, all the bad shit that they do to not only acquire the wealth, but how they harm people, someone will take that risk.
I have another question. Do you think Norway and Sweden are democratically capitalist or democratic capitalist?
I'm not sure. I don't have the overall perspective to be able to say that.
Okay, because I know that they implement socially democratic programs or social safety nets for all of their citizens.
Okay. All right. I'm going to let you go because, I mean, like, this has kind of shifted to a place that not necessarily we're having a debate. It was good to talk to you, but I'm going to get back to some debates. Okay.
All right. Thanks,
I appreciate you, giving a bit of a palate cleanser, though. Like, yeah, I mean, I needed that.
I mean, I was starting to second guess myself. That's why I came up.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was like, should this be a thing?
Yeah. All right. I appreciate you.
All right. Thank you.
Guys, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. Stallion, you are back.
Hey, good afternoon, my brother.
Good afternoon. Are you finally here to actually reject Donald Trump and MAGA and spread the good news?
After what happened at the dinner, no. I mean, this man's life was almost taken, and I'm not going to give up on him.
How was his life almost taken?
Did you not hear about the shooter that was at the dinner?
Oh, I heard about it, but how was his life almost taken?
I mean, shooter came charging in and
charging in where?
At the dinner.
Wait,
like
so
I'm not gonna give up on him.
Did the shooter make it into proximity of Trump?
I don't believe so, but
okay.
God only knows what would have happened.
Yeah. Did the shooter have an AR?
Go ahead.
Did the shooter have an AR?
I can't really say what he had, but I know
he had
that
a shotgun.
He had a shotgun. Oh, okay.
He had a shotgun, a handgun, and some knives.
He had a whole arsenal.
You call a shotgun. You call a shotgun. You call a shotgun, a handgun, and knives an arsenal.
I'm just saying he had a whole arsenal with him. Shotgun, handgun, a knife. He was ready to do some damage. And thank God they rushed the president out of there. Thank God. So no, I'm not going to give up on him.
Wait, if they rushed the president out of there, then why was Donald Trump peeking from behind the curtains, watching to see what was going on?
What are you talking about?
Oh, you haven't seen the pictures.
Pull the picture up. Listen, I don't want to hear lies now. Come on. I actually like you, Santana. I actually appreciate talking with you. That's all.
Yeah, I got you.
There's a lot of people in the comment section that's very hateful. Very hateful. Join up, guys. Very hateful people in the comment section. It's ridiculous. One thing to hate the guy, but wish death on him like that is crazy.
Yeah, give me a second.
All right, that's fine. Take your time.
No,
And this is the third time. I mean, it only took what happened to Ronald Reagan once. And they shut that down.
Which speaks to like the interesting stuff, right?
The picture. Just getting the picture, guys. Hold on.
Okay, so what I'm gonna actually do first, though, before I pull up the picture, I want to play the video for you so we can kind of align on the video and what actually happened, right?
It's a sensitive topic, and I just hate to see how afraid he was. So
yeah,
I'm gonna need a minute before I see the video.
Yeah,
need a minute.
Yeah, no worries. Getting that set up. As if anyone would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Okay, let me put this here. Just once.
Okay. For his life, and I'm scared for him.
Yeah, I understand that. All right, let's do this. Let's put this on this screen. Where is it? Oh, okay, here. And then do that. All right, and then move this here. Yep. All right. So this is Donald Trump being taken out by the Secret Service, all right? Okay, can we agree that's what we just saw, was him being taken out by the Secret Service?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So while that was actually happening and Donald Trump was being taken out by the Secret Service, what then happened where other people were fighting to get out, right? And as people were fighting to get out, an interesting figure decided to take in what was currently happening. Oh, dang it, that's not the right thing. Sorry, 1 second here, replace this, go here. 1 second, replace and go here, and then here, and then here. Okay. Yeah, an interesting figure made the decision to not only find out like what was happening, but to actually take a moment to take in the sights and sounds of a potential assassination attempt. So let's see here. Okay. We can agree this is the White House correspondent dinner. That's Stephen Miller. That's his wife, right?
Yeah, that's them.
Okay. And that's the stage that Trump was just on that he was rushed out of, right?
Yes.
Okay. Who is that standing behind that, between the gold and blue curtain?
I can't tell. The picture's dark and it's blurry.
Any better?
I mean,
who was just rushed out in that area that has like not only that posture, but has like the goldish hair that stands like kind of slumped over and all this other stuff. Who could that possibly be?
I mean, that could be the president. I can't tell. I really can't tell, but I'm looking. Okay. It could be.
Okay. You would say like an actual assassination attempt would be something that is like a massively tragic event. Like it would be something that had everyone like it's a really somber and serious moment, right? Like that was a big deal. You and I can agree, right?
Sure, we can. Sure, I can agree with it. Sure.
Okay. All right. So perfect. That being a massively big deal, a serious thing, something that overwhelmingly there is no chance that you could ever take it lightly. I got a question for you.
Sure.
So after the attempted assassination and then at the press conference, oh, wrong one, sorry. At the press conference, would you expect, after such a serious, life-threatening event, would you expect a bunch of people in a joyous and smiling mood?
I mean, the picture could be taken out of context. You know,
Oh, okay.
it could be.
It could.
It could be.
It could. You're absolutely right. And I mean, it's just looking at those three people, and like you're absolutely right. I mean, it could just be in the moment where those three, for some reason, while I agree or disagree that you know it's something that's joyous, maybe it was just those three, right? It could just be those three that were experiencing that glee.
Look here.
It seems like there's a lot of super happy people after something that was like supposedly could have killed a lot of people.
Listen. I don't. Yeah, I don't know what to say.
Yeah.
Like I said, it could be taken out of context.
It could.
Maybe something funny was said, and maybe they couldn't help themselves. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, I agree. Hey, I guess one other question that I would have, right, is this would be something that was like not only massive in the sense of like ensuring that after that it happens, that we do everything possible to instill like reassurance in the American people and everything possible to ensure that like they know that, hey, we have everything under control. This is our country, and we are going to focus on the safety of not only the president and the people of the White House, but just the safety of everyone overall, right? Like that would be the message. Can we agree on that?
Sure. Well, it can be the message. Sure.
Okay. So I guess my question would be, if that is the sensible message and the thing that would be like most important, right? Then can you help me square this circle? Because it may just be me. I don't understand it, but maybe you can understand it better than I can. Let's see here.
Let's check it out. Are you playing the tape or something? Oh, okay.
A particularly secure building. And I didn't want to say this, but this is why we have to have all of the attributes of what we're planning at the White House. It's actually a larger room, and it's much more secure. It's drone proof, it's bulletproof glass. We need the ballroom. That's why Secret Service, that's why the military are demanding it. They've wanted the ballroom for 150 years for lots of different reasons, but today's a little bit different because today we need levels of security that probably nobody's ever seen before.
Hey, why is it that in such a serious moment, in a moment where like the life of the president of the United States was supposedly threatened, and the life of so many high-level officials, why would they be talking, instead of talking about the facts and like reassuring the American people and everything, why would they be pushing the narrative that there's a need for a ballroom?
Like you said, something more safe, something more secure. And
how would that be safe and secure?
Maybe he's allowing the feds to do their investigation. What else is there to talk about? Just
How
curious.
would the ballroom be safe and secure?
I mean, like you said, it's drone proof, it's bulletproof. What more do you need?
Hey, question.
What more do you need, brother?
Question for you: Has the White House correspondent dinner ever been at the White House?
No.
Oh, okay. So even if there was a ballroom, they wouldn't have had that event at the White House because they don't have that at the White House. Hey, has Donald Trump ever attended a White House correspondent dinner, first term or
No.
current term? Oh, okay. So this was,
could have probably been hungry.
this was his first White House correspondent dinner. Got it. Hey, is it normal for the head of the FBI to attend the White House correspondent dinner?
I'm not going to speak on that.
No,
I'm not going to speak on that.
No, actually, I would have to look up the specific number, but Kash Patel is the first FBI director in, I think it's modern history, to actually attend the White House correspondent dinner. I wonder why he attended.
Maybe it was hungry.
And then when Marco Rubio, you know who Marco Rubio is, right?
Sure.
Marco Rubio said that, hey, the only reason I'm here is because I was invited by the president to come.
Okay.
Why would Marco Rubio attend the White House? I'm sorry, the White House correspondent dinner when, one, he didn't really want to be there, but two, why would the president specifically request the Secretary of State to attend something as trivial as a White House correspondent dinner, which is basically a roast?
I can't speak for the president, so I don't know why he invited Mr. Rubio. I can't, like I said, I can't speak for him. Maybe he was there for free booze. Maybe he was there for free food. I don't know.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
But let's move on now.
Oh, no. I don't want to move on. I got a couple more questions if you don't mind.
Sure. What's up?
And it's gonna be super simple. 1 second here.
Like I said, they could have been there for free booze. We don't know. If the president invited you, wouldn't you go? Regardless
no.
who the president is. Regardless.
No.
You don't want to have a sit down with the president at a corresponding dinner?
No.
And have free booze and free food?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay.
Hey, you know who RFK Jr. is, right?
Sure.
Okay. RFK Jr., who was at the White House correspondent dinner as everything was going on, right? And like people are ducking and, running and there's fear and everything. Why was RFK Jr. just sitting there continuing to eat his food?
He has problems. He's been having, some hearing problems and whatnot. So probably that.
Hearing problems from the earworm?
Sir?
Hearing problems from the brain worms?
You're frozen.
No, I'm not.
Come on, you're frozen.
I'm not frozen.
My brother, you're frozen.
I'm literally not frozen. I can see.
Oh, the screen was frozen for a second.
No, I wasn't. Okay. Why was RFK Jr. Still sitting there eating while this actual life or death event was occurring? Why wouldn't he actually duck, take cover, or respond? Why did he just sit there and continue to eat his meal?
They had the band playing, and I don't think he could hear it, but that band. Like I said.
Oh, no, there was no band playing.
I thought I heard band playing.
Oh, no. You know what? I got you. I can understand how there may have been any type of misunderstanding as far as what was happening in real time. Don't worry about it. I got you. Give me a second here.
Look, man, I got an answer for every question you're asking.
I hear you. I absolutely hear you. Can you answer this question though? Let's see here. Boom, 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 boom. And then we do this, and then we do this, and then we go here. Let me know when you hear the band.
Okay, go ahead, man. I hear him now. I hear the band playing. Like clear as day.
Is the band still playing now?
I mean, they're being asked not to get up. So what's
No.
the point?
Wait. Hold on. Listen to it again. Now tell me when you hear the band, and then let me know when you hear when the band stops. Hold on.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead. They're being asked to stay down. Clear as day.
So the band stopped playing clear before people started panicking and running, right?
Sure.
Okay. So there was no band that was still playing when people started panicking and running, right?
They were asked to stay down.
Right. But then after they got Trump and JD Vance out, people started running and panicking, right?
Sure, as anybody else would do, I guess.
So when the band was no longer playing and Trump and JD Vance were being evacuated and people were running and panicking, why did RFK Jr. sit at the table and continue to eat his food?
Maybe he was. I don't know. Maybe he would still eat. I don't know.
Okay. I got one last video I would like for you to watch, and I would love to get
pick up my car here in a minute. So go ahead.
Yeah, I understand. One last video that I would love to get an answer about, and then
What are you trying to get at? What are you trying to get at?
Yeah, I got you. Don't worry. I will connect all the dots, and I feel like this video will tie it all together, and it'll make much more sense for you in just a moment. Let's do this.
We're going to introduce legislation that would authorize $400 million to be spent to secure to build the presidential ballroom. Underneath, there will be a lot of military stuff. There will be a Secret Service annex. And we've paid for it by offsetting it with custom fees. But the estimate is $332 million. We're going to do $400 million because I think it's probably going to take more. Private donations can be used, but I think they should be used for buying China and stuff like that. Underneath this ballroom will be infrastructure that is national security centric. The ballroom itself will avoid the dilemma of having to leave the White House grounds with future presidents and this president's to go downtown in a place that's less secure. President Trump said to me yesterday, we need the ballroom, not just for me, but for future presidents. He literally could have left his bedroom, walked out the back of the White House, and been at the ballroom. That's what needs to happen when you have 1,000 or 2,000 people gathered in today's environment. And the sooner we get the ballroom built, the more hardened it is, the better for the country. So I hope and pray that most people in the Senate after Saturday night will support this bill.
Okay, I had to mute you for a second because you had background sounds. So
Sorry, it was from the video.
No, all good. So I guess the last question I have is understanding the events that occurred at the White House corresponding dinner is sketchy at best, right? From the fact that the person never made it to the area that Trump was in, but somehow was able to get into the hotel where the president of the United States is located. But for some reason, that's not the most secure building on the planet at the time. He was not only able to run past Secret Service, who let off a plethora of shots, but somehow they missed him with every shot. And they got him down on the ground, and he was then half naked, and they allowed camera people to get close up and take pictures. The president was rushed out, but yet he was peeking behind the curtain to see what was happening. Members of the administration, RFK Jr., while this massive crisis was happening, continued to just hang out. Afterwards, in the press conference, when addressing the serious nature of what just occurred, they doubled and tripled down on the need for a ballroom, which had been stopped as far as the development of the actual ballroom by the court system, not the underground development, but the actual funding, because it was not funded by Congress. And so Donald Trump doubled and tripled down about the need for it, while people stood around and laughed. And then after the smoke got to settle, Lindsey Graham, who is the biggest Trump sycophant, has now started calling on Congress and demanding that they pass a piece of legislation for $400 million to build this ballroom. So I guess to land my plane, and the question I have is, can you name something that tangibly came out of whatever this occurrence was, outside of Trump having a clearer pathway to having his ballroom?
I mean, I just think it's needed. I mean,
yeah, that's not the question though. Can you name one tangible thing that came out of this, outside of like Trump clearing some type of pathway? Because there was no national security information, there was no galvanizing of the country against like an actual enemy. The only thing that they have put any type of focus on is the ballroom. Even the acting attorney general is saying they don't really know much, but they do know that they need the ballroom. Like, I didn't even play that sound for you, but do you have anything?
Yeah, I'm not gonna speak on it.
Okay.
I'm not going to.
That's fair. That's fair.
You put me down back in the comments now.
Well, I will. There's one last thing that I want to show you, and I think this is super important to show you, not in the sense of saying like, that there's any substantial proof or anything, blah, 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 blah. The only thing I will let you know that even amongst your own people, Trump supporters, i.e. Fox, people who watch Fox Entertainment / Fox News, you're in the minority. You're in the minority.
I mean, let's be facts here for a second. I mean, Ronald Reagan had a 34% and won 49 states. Now, should we believe polls now? Come on.
I'm just saying that even Fox News, the people that watch Fox News, is saying that they don't believe that it was real.
I mean, come on. You really believe polls right now? Like I said.
I'm just letting you know.
Was able to obtain 49 states.
I mean, that's fine. I'm just letting you know, even amongst your own people, it be your own people. Even your own people don't believe you.
Well, I don't get down with Fox News, and I believe what I believe. I saw what I saw.
Okay.
Now, the gap, I can't, like I said, I can't speak for why the president invited Marco Rubio, and I can't speak on why Cash Patel was sitting there still, or RFK was sitting there enjoying his steak dinner, or I can't speak on that. All I know is what I saw. I saw a fear-driven man running for his life, and I'm gonna have to stand behind him, 100%. You can let me down now. Thanks for having me up, Santana.
All right, have a good one.
I'll see you again tomorrow, next week. Thank you.
I guess to be fair, I never insinuated that it was staged because I don't have any factual proof that it was staged. But what I will say is that it's very, very, very interesting. All right. There are some very questionable things that have occurred. And if you're not questioning those things, then I don't know. Anyway, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you'd like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links, and links are in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Cyril, I think it's pronounced. Cyril, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Okay, gonna drop you down. Debbie's in the chat for Clint for the $25 donation, saying also added that Dana White said it was awesome. Dana White did say it was awesome. Fucking weird, referring to the shooting, normalizing violence. Like, that's a whole thing. Debbie's in the chat for Clint. Thank you so much for that $25 donation. Debbie's in the chat for Tori for the $20 YouTube super chat. Tori said the only thing Trump was afraid of was that he'd have to wear another maxi pad on his ear for a couple of weeks. He didn't even react. If this had happened to him before, he would have had trauma response, not just calmly looking off. Yeah. Also, I mean, there could be some possibility of the fact that he's an old doddering fool, right? I think that's a possibility too. So Debbie's in the chat for Tori. Guys, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, keep tapping the screen. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 600,000 likes. Please, please, please. Let's get the likes up to 600,000 likes. The one thing that I didn't show, I'll say this. Okay. Stick with me for a second. The only reason that I'm willing to say that maybe this wasn't real is because of the one person that has absolutely shown that they are unfit for the moment.
General, thank you.
1 second.
General, thank you, Mr. President. The president's absolutely right. You saw the best resolve of American law enforcement because you, Mr. President, inspire them 24/7, 365. You give them the resources that they need, and they know that you have their back. And that is a changing dynamic in this country, and that's why you saw brave Secret Service agents respond immediately, swiftly, subdue and take down the suspect, and safeguard the lives of thousands of individuals at that hotel.
Okay. Stick with me for just a moment. Kash Patel, the current FBI director, who is under fire for being so drunk that the FBI had to get a battering ram to beat down the door to get into where he was because the head of the FBI was unreachable for hours, who also, from additional reports, disclosed that he had 2 public intoxication issues, who also has credible claims of publicly being drunk in DC and in Vegas in front of White House staffers, who also went into Team USA hockey team's celebration and pounded beers and threw them everywhere while celebrating. You're telling me that that man went to a White House correspondent dinner with free booze and wasn't 3 sheets to the wind. You're telling me that he was around free booze and he was completely sober? Hey, chat, I might have been born at night, but it wasn't what? Damn right it wasn't last night. Damn right it wasn't last night. Hey, black people in the chat. Black people in the chat. I don't know who Boo Boo the Fool is, but it ain't. Damn right it ain't me. Thank you for the lamb. All I'm saying is that shit don't make sense to me. Maybe it's a misunderstanding because I don't understand. One other thing, well, two other things that I want to make sure that I cover, that I think it's actually important to speak about in this moment, because like this actually happened as well, right? So we know for a fact that after everything happened, that Donald Trump had his 60-minute interview, right? Donald Trump had his 60-minute interview. And chat, Donald Trump. Oh, you know what? Fuck it. Sorry. Let's do this really quickly. Let's do this really quickly. Before I show you guys this, I need you to see this. Give me a second. Let me hit you with this first, because I think this would be a better way to ensure we're all tracking. All right. So I'm going to put this up on the screen and let's look at this together. If you guys have not seen this, apparently the shooter had a manifesto. Right? The shooter had a manifesto. And the manifesto was him giving the reason behind why he did what he did, right? So let's take a look at the manifesto. Hello, everybody. So I may have given a lot of people a surprise today. Let's start off by apologizing to everyone who trust I abused. I apologize to my parents for saying I had an interview without specifying what it was, that it was for most wanted. I apologize to my colleagues and students for saying that I had a personal emergency, and then in parentheses, by the time anyone's reading this, I probably most certainly do need to go to the ER, but can hardly call that not a self-inflicted status. I apologize to all the people I traveled next to, all the workers who handled my luggage, and all the other non-targeted people at the hotel who I put in danger simply by being near. I apologize to everyone who was abused and or murdered before this, to all those who suffered before I was able to attempt this, and to all of those who may still suffer after, regardless of my success or failure. I don't expect forgiveness, but if I could have seen any other way to get this close, I would have taken it. Again, my sincerest apologies. On why I did any of this, I'm a citizen of the United States of America, what I represent. And my representatives do reflect on me. And I will no longer willingly permit a pedophile, rapist, and traitor to coat my hands with his crime. Now, I got to stop there. 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 He said, and I am no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and traitor to coat my hands with crimes. Now, this is where it gets interesting, right? This is where it gets interesting. Donald Trump sat down for a 60-minute interview, and this is what he said.
And he also wrote this: I am no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and traitor to coat my hands with his crimes. What's your reaction
Well,
to
I
that?
was waiting for you to read that because I knew you would, because you're horrible people, horrible people. Yeah, he did write that. I'm not a rapist. I didn't rape anybody.
Do you think he was
pedophile.
referring to you?
Excuse me. I'm not a pedophile. You read that crap from some sick person.
Hey, chat. Hey, chat. We've said over and over and over and over and over. For the white women that come up here and they have such an issue with the point on the background that says white women are okay with white supremacy, and they have such a visceral reaction, and they come up here and they push back on it. If it don't apply, let it fly. A hit dog gon' holler. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? If it don't apply, let it fly. And a hit dog is gonna holler. Donald Trump took that very, very personal. If he wasn't talking about Donald Trump, then why did he take that so personal? Why was that so personal? And to be clear, Donald Trump did rape E. Jean Carroll. Period. Period. Ever, ever, ever. Don't ever forget that Donald Trump absolutely raped E. Jean Carroll. So the only thing that I'm going to say is that was super interesting of him to say. I do want to finish this manifesto, though. Oh, yeah, don't forget his first wife. I do want to finish this manifesto because there's something that was interesting that occurred within the manifesto, and I don't know if a lot of people caught this, but I do want to make sure that I call this out. Also, W's in the chat for Heidi. Heidi sent a $5 donation saying, I'm an alcoholic, and then in parentheses, 2 years sober. Congratulations, Heidi. Thank you. Not thank you, but congratulations. I've never been so happy that alcoholism doesn't discriminate. Yeah, like that's something that affects people regardless of who you are and how that works. Like that's a whole thing. But W's in chat, thank you so much for that $5 donation. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. All right. Well, to be completely honest, I was no longer willing. Willing a long time ago, but this is the first real opportunity I've had to do something about it. Still speaking about like the fact that he doesn't want to have his hands coated in blood. He's saying that he no longer wants to actually be able to or allow his hand to be coated in blood. And so he's taking this into his own hands, right? But then he goes on to say, and while I'm discussing this, I'll go over my expected rules of engagement. Probably a terrible format, but I'm not military, so too bad. Administration officials, not including Mr. Patel, they are agents prioritized from highest ranking to lowest. Administration officials, not including Mr. Patel, they are targets prioritized from highest ranking to lowest. Why is he excluding Kash Patel? Huh. That's interesting. Secret Service. They are targets only if necessary, and to be incapacitated non-lethally if possible, aka I hope they're wearing body armor because center mass with shotguns messes up people who aren't. Hotel security, not a target if at all possible, aka unless they shoot at me. Capitol Police, same as hotel security. National Guard, same as hotel security. Hotel employees, not a target at all. Guests, not a target at all. In order to minimize casualties, I'll also be using buckshots rather than slugs. Less penetration through the walls. I will still go through most everyone here to get to the target if it were possible, absolutely necessary, on the basis that most people choose to attend a speech by a pedophile, rapist, and traitor, and thus complicit. But I really hope it doesn't come out, or it doesn't come to that. So the point that I'm trying to get across is if you look at his actual target list, I'm wondering why there was some type of special provision for Kash Patel. I wonder why there was an emphasis on targeting the administration officials from highest ranking to lowest. I wonder why there was a whole thing as far as like Secret Service, I'm going to use buckshots and target center mass. All of this just screams that something is not right. Something's not right. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background? Sparkles, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background? Okay, I'm going to drop you down. Guys, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. Hey, Solid, would you mind coming up for a second? If you could, if you are available, if you can hop up just for a second. I sent you an invite. Solid, if you're listening. Solid, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Solid? Or Petty? Petty, could you come up? So both Solid and Petty, of course, are, oh, okay, there we go. There we go. Hey, Petty.
Hello?
Hello. Would you mind doing like a quick mod and talking to the people while I run to the restroom?
I guess I could do that.
Thank you.
He really put me on the spot, chat. That's crazy. So there's like oh, Solid's here too? Yay! We could do this together. Oh no, he's trying to run. Anyways, there's 2,200 people in here. Tap the screen, share the live, do all of the good things.
What happened?
I don't know. Santana summoned both of us so that he could run to the restroom. How you doing?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me? We're running a really great operation here, folks. Can you tell?
Okay, I think I fixed it. What happened?
Santana summoned us so that one of us could do like a mod announcement so he could run to the restroom. You don't have to be here.
Oh, okay. Hey,
But
everybody, tap the screen. Tap it.
I
tap
did
the
all that
screen.
already. Since you're
And
here,
share the live and give and send pay links. The pay links. Maybe put a pay link under and go to the grocery store and get some bit. Hey, what's up, Santana?
Solid. I don't need you because I got petty. Man, I appreciate all of you guys because both of you, even though Solid, I'm sure you was probably talking trash, but we almost had to end the live for a second.
I missed it. What happened?
Oh, I just had to go use the restroom.
Oh, so I see. I thought there was a guest. I had a work call that I took and I came back.
No.
And an unhoused man once told me, wherever you be, let your water run free.
Absolutely. Okay. I
Jeff,
appreciate
do
both
not
of you.
take any of Solid's advice at all.
What advice did he give?
Did you not hear what he just said?
No, because I left you up here, and so I didn't take my other device. I trusted you to hold it down. I didn't think Solid was going to make it up here, so I just came back to like whatever was just going on.
Solid didn't know where he was. He couldn't figure out. He had a grandpa moment, just like you. Couldn't figure out the audio, the whole shebang. But before I leave, I would like everybody to know that Solid has a Patreon, and you should go subscribe to it. Okay, goodbye.
Thank you, Petty. Solid. Any last words for the people?
Let's debate. No, I'm just kidding.
Anything for the people?
I just thought that was hilarious. It was just like, I'm not a rapist, and she was like, "Oh, you thought he was talking about you?"
Okay. Yeah.
That's telling.
Yeah.
All right. Hasta luego.
All right, I appreciate you, bro. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Hi, Katie, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Hi, I'm not a Trump supporter, but I think I might disagree with something in your background, but I'm also not sure if I understand it correctly. I've only just started like watching your lives, and I've only caught a little bit, and I don't think I've seen you really debate this topic yet. And it's the one you mentioned a moment ago about white women, white supremacy. So I hope this isn't the most tired thing you've had to do all day, but I was wondering, what does that mean? What's your stance on that? If you want to talk about it now, I know you're talking about the,
No, all good. White women don't care about white supremacy. That's the stance.
Okay, what do you mean by that? Because I'm probably just uneducated on the topic. My stance, of course, being I'm a white woman. Of course, I disagree with white supremacy. You probably hear this all day, every day, but you continue to keep it up there. So you must have I'd love to hear what you mean.
Yeah. What I mean is that like white women, like white supremacy, take it or leave it. And like, so that's why I say they don't care. Do you disagree? So do you think that white women do care about white supremacy?
As in, are against it? Is that yes? I do.
Okay.
But that's but this is so general, right? Like I personally can say I absolutely disagree with white supremacy, but then I don't know. You might have data that says like there was some study. So I can only speak personally. I'm not educated on this topic.
Okay. Let me really quick. Sorry. W's in the chat for Jamie for the $5 donation. I also thought it was interesting that, and it appeared, Cash Patel was just sitting alone at a table while it was all going down. Thank you for the shades. Yeah, that was a super interesting thing. That was definitely interesting. W's in the chat, guys. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links, and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. Guys, 2.2 thousand of us hanging out here. Look up at the top. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. We only got 47 new followers on the stream. We've been live for like almost 4 hours. Got over 2,000 people. Ain't no way in hell that there's only 47 people watching that don't follow me. Hit that follow button, guys. Hit that follow button. Hit the follow button. Turn on notifications so you know when we go live. All right, Katie. So you say that you care about white supremacy, right?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. What do you do to actively fight white supremacy on a daily basis?
Well, I'll be honest, I'm not involved, and so I don't do enough. But that doesn't mean that I don't care about it. That's the difference, I think. I'm also, think about it. Like I can't go out there and go to every protest. I have, my job. I'm getting a degree. I have a sick family member. I have a lot going on that I can't be out there actively for this or any other concerns that are close to my heart. But that doesn't mean I don't care.
Okay. What are you going to school for to get your degree in?
I'm a nurse, but I'm getting my master's degree in nursing.
Oh, congratulations.
And
How long until you graduate?
1 more year. 1 more year. And I mean, something to kind of think about, like something that I do in that space where, as a nurse, that's my space where I operate in. There are things that I do, like I've made suggestions for quality improvement edits that will allow us to do, I think, better assessments on like skin tone and like, oxygenation in people with darker skin. So we focus on like, is the patient like pale or are they blue? Well, you don't really see that in someone with dark skin tone. You got to look at the inside of their lips, things like that. So I actually do think about and try to produce like quality initiatives to care for a diverse population. And this is something that's close to my heart. So, but I do not, like, granted, I don't go out and go on, protests and things like that. I simply don't have a whole lot of time, but in my space, I do my best to advocate.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, sure. I like it. It definitely does. I do have like a couple of follow-up questions about your degree though.
Oh, sure.
How long have you been in school?
Well, I'm a nurse now, so I got my bachelor's degree in 2016. Became a nurse. I've been working as a nurse since then. Still work as a nurse. I'm just getting my master's as I work. So.
Okay. I obtained 2 of my MBAs while working, right? And the only reason I did is because the companies that I work for paid for it, and so it was free. But I remember how hard it was to actually work and go to school. Have you had to make sacrifices to work and go to school at the same time?
Yeah, of course I have. Yeah.
What have you been willing to do to ensure that, you can actually get your degree while working?
I go out less, and I have even had times where, things have been really rough and really, really stressed out. I've had to take a little bit of time off work, use some vacation time even, just to get it done.
Okay,
so mostly those sacrificing my personal enjoyment, things that I want to do with friends or playing video games, things like that.
Yeah, for sure.
Cutting off the fat, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Are you paying for school, or how is school being paid for?
Yes, I pay for school. My work also helps pay for it.
Okay. All right. I hope this isn't too personal, but like, are you in any type of relationship or anything?
Yes, I'm married.
Okay, you're married. Okay. Has your spouse had to pick up any of the slack or like cover any type of gaps since you're working and in school?
Honestly, I would say very, very rarely.
Not even like around the house or like cooking or even like planning anything?
Very, very rarely, man. I'm kind of I want to just do everything myself type of person. So I've been just kind of overburdening myself, I think, more than anything.
Okay. So you're working on this degree, which is a big deal. It's a big deal.
Yeah.
It's would it be fair for me to say that you actually care about earning this degree?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. And so since you care about earning this degree, you've been willing to do things as far as give up your personal life, sacrifice your vacation time for work, and even more so push yourself to the point of burning out because you're still handling other aspects within your relationship that you don't want to divvy out. So would all of those things be fair to say, like, you care so much about getting your degree that you're willing to do all of those things?
Yeah, and I hear where you're going with this. I hear you.
Do?
Which, yeah, 100% I do. By the way, Santana, also, I mean, the reason I started listening to you, I listen to Dean and Parker, and I'm on the left, and I'm not here to argue by any means. I wanted to hear what your opinion was of that. I do have to say, though, still, I hear what you're saying. It's kind of like people who are like, man, I really wish I could learn the piano. Well, you could. You're not willing. You don't care enough to actually sacrifice the time to do it. That's what I've always thought and told people. So I hear your point.
No.
I do.
No. That's not what I'm saying.
Am I wrong?
No. That's what, because like, yes. Like I get your premise as far as picking up a hobby and something that people like say, I wish I could do this. And, but they don't have like what it takes to do that. The actual point that I'm putting on this is the emphasis that you're saying, I care about this thing. And the way that you show that you care about this thing is action behind the thing, right? If you truly care about the thing, i.e. your degree, then you're going to put forth some real effort to ensure that you obtain your degree. And so caring about white supremacy, while you say, well, I don't like it. And you say, well, in my personal life, I've talked about changing the way that, we check patients and things like that. Okay, I mean, that's something. But the point being is, if you don't have intent and purpose behind your actions, then can you really say that you care?
I mean, I think that you can still care about something, even if you don't have either maybe the time or the resources or, aren't going out and doing something about it right now. You know what I mean? I care, for instance, about like women's health and women's rights, but I haven't, other than like, talking about it with my close group of friends or, doing my best to vote in the right way, looking up certain, local laws. I haven't done much, like actually done much. But that doesn't mean I don't care about these things that are going on in my life and my community.
Yeah. Hold tight for 1 second.
Okay.
Maverick Miller. He said, this guy hobby is eating junk food. Maverick, hey, Bub, I sent you a request. Don't reject that request. I sent you a request. Come up here and tell me about it. What's funny about that? Like, my hobby is eating junk food. Yeah, it's these grapes, absolutely junk food. This protein bar, absolutely junk food. Absolutely. This actual protein chomp, right? So much junk food. It's super interesting that you've been able to quantify that my hobby is eating junk food because I eat sugar-free gummy worms. That's interesting. Maverick, this is your last time. I'm going to send you that request one more time. If you reject it, I'm just going to ban you. Come on, Maverick. Yeah, that's what I thought. We're just going to block you regardless. The things that people say on the internet. Anywho, yeah. So the point that I'm trying to get across, though, and this is something that I always try to make sure that I let people know, is it's not about like what level of extent that you can go to. And why you say that you can care without any type of action, I just disagree that there has to be some level of action, especially when it comes to something as serious as white supremacy, because white supremacy is not something that is a passive thing. It's something that is actively harming and disenfranchising people. And so since it is actively harming and disenfranchising people, we have to actively fight it. And if you're not actively fighting it, then you're upholding it. That's the point.
I mean, I just have to say, I definitely hear that point. I also have to push back just a tiny bit and say things like, what about the fact that right now we are living in a society where most people are paycheck to paycheck? A lot of people don't even have health care. You know, SNAP benefits are getting removed. People, I think, are already at the maximum capacity to just really care for themselves and their family. And so I may not be including myself, right? Granted, I have time to play video games. I do have a sick family member, and I do have certain things going on, but I could probably allow a little bit of time towards this topic. I probably could. But for most people, I think there are a lot of people who are really, truly already at their brink, but they still care about this topic. They just don't have the time to do anything about it because of their circumstance. And so I think, you know, it might be unrealistic to say that you don't care about something if you don't do anything, because maybe you're not in a situation right now where you can do anything, where you actually have the time to do something. And I think those people still do care. That's all.
Hey, Katie. Do you know who Charlie Kirk was?
Yes.
Hey, you remember when Charlie Kirk got kirked?
Yes.
Hey, do you know what started happening at a higher clip to black people after Charlie Kirk got kirked and started looking up from hell?
Well, I didn't understand that question. Can you say it again?
And you know what happened after Charlie Kirk got kirked and started looking up from hell?
Oh, like Charlie Kirk looking up from hell?
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't.
Did you know black people started hanging from trees?
Yeah.
And not just miraculously hanging from trees, but apparently breaking their arms and legs and then hanging themselves from trees.
Yeah, I do.
Hey, that kind of seems like life or death, right?
Yeah, of course.
Hey, wouldn't that be something that, like, if you cared about white supremacy and a white supremacist actually got killed and then black people started mysteriously, quote unquote, hanging themselves, wouldn't that be something that would be like pressing to actually try to do something about?
Yeah, of course. I agree.
The point that I'm trying to get to, right, is your premise as far as people are busy and people are at the brink because they live paycheck to paycheck and life is hard. I agree. Life is hard. Life is hard. We live in a society that values the amount of zeros in your bank account and what you can do for other people. But at the same time, it's a luxury to only be able to think about the issues that are occurring in your bank account and not have to worry about somehow miraculously or, you know, mesmerizing or whatever the case may be, just randomly hanging yourself from a tree while also breaking your limbs. Because you could be broke and in jeopardy of losing your life, but a lot of people are just broke.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I mean, I understand, of course. I mean, I think I'm very sympathetic to the fact that and here's the thing too, with this white woman right supremacy, I wasn't sure what your claim was. My assumption might have been that you were trying to say that we're white supremacists. That's what it looked like to me. And I was going to say, I'm not a white supremacist, but I definitely have a lot of white privilege. I know that 100%. I know that I don't have to deal with those struggles. And, you know, thank you for telling me about it. And I should probably be more educated. But I know and notice when I get pulled over, I'm not worried I'm going to get shot. And I think I'm always like, that's insane. Like, this should be for everyone. This is crazy that I'm like benefiting from like grace just because of the color of my skin. But I notice that happens. I mean, it upsets me too. And that's why I was just trying to say, I care.
Well, but see, like I think the disconnect, the connective tissue that we're not getting to is, while you say like it upsets you and you care, hey, Katie,
because
have you seen, do you know about the blue bracelets?
No.
Okay. Who'd you vote for in the 2024 presidential election?
Harris.
Okay. Did you know 53% of white women voted for Donald Trump?
Oh, I know about the blue bracelets now. I remember. I bought one. I wore
one. You wore one?
Yeah.
Why'd you wear it?
Yeah. because I wanted to show people that I wasn't like the rest, if that makes sense. I wanted to be someone that people felt safe around.
How'd that work out?
I don't know if anyone noticed. I'm not really sure if it did anything. Like, it was a gesture, an effort, but I don't know if it actually changed anything in anyone's lives. I heard people's stories that they would go out and see someone with a bracelet and change, the way they felt. And I bought one from a black woman to support her business.
Yeah, capitalism. At the end of, do you still wear your blue bracelet?
No, it broke.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, did wearing the blue bracelet make you feel better?
I don't know, because I felt horrible during that time. So I don't honestly know if it made me feel better or not. It's just something I did. I mean, maybe part of it was a little bit for me, but truly, I actually think my intention behind it was to hopefully kind of heal the hearts of, I think we were all going through a lot at that time. Do you think
that the blue bracelet helped heal any, specifically forget black men, because black men were absolutely the weakest link. But black women, right? They show.
Right. Thank God for them.
Well, hold on now. Like I may be able to talk about black men, but you're not gonna talk about black men because, like I said, black men. I mean, white women voted. 47% voted for Kamala Harris, but black men, while they might have been the weakest link, they still showed up and voted 79%. 79% for Kamala Harris. So whoa. Anyway,
no. I was once you said
good.
Black women, I was just going to say, because they were the ones who actually didn't vote for him, which was like they were the biggest majority who didn't vote for him. That's all, just statistically.
The point that I'm making is, do you think that blue bracelet did anything substantial for the 92% of black women that showed up and tried to defend our democracy and overwhelmingly voted against the fascists?
Do I think it did anything substantial, like for policy? No.
For them, for the black women that put their hearts on the line and like did all the work and showed up in numbers to try to secure like happiness, life, and freedom for everyone else. Do you think that blue bracelet, which may have made you feel better?
No, it didn't do anything substantial. It was a gesture, and it was, a way to try to maybe someone feels more comfortable. Like people who wear like ally shirts or like pride, I think, it's a way to like let people know, hey, you're safe here. So it's a person by person thing. It's not doing anything substantial, I think, for anyone.
So you deemed yourself to be a safe space with that. Is that what you're saying?
I would hope so. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. What do you think about the statement, it's all men until there's no men?
I haven't heard that statement. I've heard it's all men. I've heard it's not every man or something.
Have you ever heard someone say, that's why I picked the bear?
Yes.
Do you know what they mean?
Yes.
What's the logic behind that?
That, basically men are generally unsafe and you wouldn't trust being around a man. It would be. And
is that like a logical? Is that a logical stance to be aware and be cautious with men and expect all men until overwhelmingly all men aren't harmful?
Yeah, I could see that point.
Okay. So I have a question for you, Katie. You and I, outside of this conversation, we've never met, right? Let's say we live in a world where you don't know me, I don't know you, you've never seen any of my stuff on social media. I've never met you a day in my life. And you and I are walking down an alley at night. There's some lights. It's not completely dark, but we're walking down an alley and I have on a shirt that says feminist, right? Because, feminist. would you see me and just think to yourself, oh, he's wearing a feminist shirt, I'm going to trust him?
I mean, here, if the situation were, I have the choice to either, to pick someone in a crowd that I need help from, I might pick you over someone else. Well, because what do you mean trust him? In what way? Like, let my guard down and tell him, hey, can I get in a car with you? Like, no, not with anyone ever.
Would you, just because I'm wearing this shirt that says feminist, are you going to automatically assume that I am a safe space and you can put your trust in me?
Okay, I just don't know, like, trust to what degree. Like, you're still a stranger. I'm not going to get in a car with you. I'm not going to,
You're a stranger. You don't know me, right? And no matter what my shirt says, like, you don't actually know me. And plus, you have the understanding that men in general perpetuate harm and violence. And so you're going to make sure that you actually are cautious and aware. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, but I'll say again, trust to a degree, because let's say if there is a situation where I need help and I'm screaming, help, 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 and there's two men in front of me, one shirt says MAGA and one says feminist, guess who I'm walking towards? So I think, if it's a display of some kind, just like the blue bracelets, I was never asking anyone to get in my car.
Because now you're saying that there has to be some level of stress that's being added into the situation in order to affect the determining factors, i.e., you need help, and there's two options, and one is saying that they're a feminist and the other one saying they're MAGA. That's not the case. It's just us walking down the alley, there's lights, and I got on a feminist shirt. Like, are you just going to automatically trust me for anything? Are you going to trust that I'm not going to put you in danger? Are you going to trust that you can come to me and say, like, hey, there's been, some weird sounds and I need you to help me check it out? Or could you walk to me to my car? Or just like anything general, are you just going to trust me off of the fact that you don't know me personally, but I got on a shirt that says feminist? You're not in any current danger. You're not in distress. You're just here. Are you just going to naturally trust me?
But that's what I mean. Like, trust you for what? Like, it has to be some kind of situation. Okay, so like walking me to my car or something?
Yeah, I mean, just walking down. Do you trust that we're walking down an alley, a couple of lights, it's dark. Do you trust that I'm not going to try to harm you just because I have on a feminist shirt?
No, I would say no, but I would say, to be honest, like if there was some kind of scenario where it's someone who their presentation seems to support, women and women's rights versus someone whose presentation seems to not, like I said, a MAGA versus a feminist shirt,
you're giving comparisons into the scenario. I'm just talking about you and I. The point that I'm trying to get to, Katie, and the point that I'm really trying to drill home with is, without knowing me, regardless of what I wear, in just an everyday situation, without any type of contradictions or without any type of additional stressors, it's just normal situation. Wearing a feminist shirt does not grant me the ability to deem myself to be someone that you can just be safe with, even though I would feel like I am. Is that a fair statement?
Yes. Okay, sure. Yes. I mean, I don't go up to people and like, I'm not going to start asking you for things or divulging my secrets, but I see where you're going. So we'll go ahead and move forward.
Yeah. The point that I'm trying to get to is that you can't deem yourself to be a safe space. That's not how safe spaces work. No matter what you may believe and no matter what you may try to proposition yourself as, in order to be declared a safe space, it's on the people that you claim to be a safe space for to make the determination whether or not you are a safe space. So saying that you wearing the blue bracelet gives people a sense of you being a safe space because you think you're a safe space, that's not how it works. And so it goes back to the point overall that I'm trying to make, is that not only is the blue bracelet in itself performative, the principle or the premise that you care about white supremacy is performative as well. That's what I'm saying.
Well, okay, I've got two things to say that. Number one, I think that the blue bracelet or a shirt that says feminist or something like that, I know safe space. I'm not asking anyone like, oh, hey, I have a blue bracelet and you're a black woman, so come to me and I'm going to do something for you. No. They keep no. It's more like it's showing, it's like the more freaking red hats we have out there and the more people we have with like the blue line and all these things that make us feel unsafe in the community, I was trying to counter that. And I think that's important to do. I think that we should, wear pride shirts or, have demonstrations of, we care about you as a community. I'm not asking them to come get in my car. I'm just saying it's a way to, when I go out in public, when I go out as a woman, I do feel safer. I feel safer that if I'm in an environment where people have like more supportive, garb than garb that's going to tear me down. Things that are like women, anti-women rhetoric. I don't want to see that. I want to see pro-women rhetoric. And that's all I was trying to do. But regardless, it doesn't matter. It's just a stupid fucking bracelet. I get your point. The point is you're saying, I don't care enough because I'm not out doing more things. But I don't think you can say I don't care. And that's what you're saying.
Okay. 1 second here. Let's see. Give me a second.
My husband is.
Give me a second. I am. 1 second here. Okay. Okay. All right. I got it. I'm gonna show you something. And I want you to tell me which one do you think that someone may feel safe and comfortable with. Give me a second here. And I think this may be may illustrate how or what I'm really trying to get at, right? Okay, perfect. So I'm gonna put 2 images on the screen, and then I want you to tell me which image you think would be the image that is more acceptable. Now, one thing that I want to preface this statement by saying is, are you a part of the queer community?
I'm not. Well, I'm an ally.
Yeah. Are you part of the queer community?
I'm just saying I'm an ally. No, I'm not.
Okay, perfect. We understand that the agenda that the Trump administration has gone after trans people, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so tell me which one of these scenarios do you think that trans people would consider themselves to be a safe space around? Would it be them in a situation where they see a crowd of people like this? You see that?
I can see it, yeah.
Okay. So do you think they would feel safe and comfortable in a crowd like that? Or do you think that they would feel safe and comfortable hanging out with this person?
Oh God. Well, can you show me a better example? Probably. I thought you were going to give me something more substantial, like a difference. Like maybe then you show me people with like pride gear, something that's more supportive.
Yeah, I know. But see, this is the catch-22, right? For people who are in harm, there's no difference. For people that
but
are...
he's not showing...
For
yeah,
people,
but you're not showing me... That's not a good analogy, though, because he doesn't have any kind of pro.
Wait, but
you have to show me something with the pro.
This is the analogy, because you're talking about people wearing the red hats and the blue line. Mm-hmm. And the point that I'm trying to make is that marginalized communities don't care if they see the red line. I'm sorry, the red hat or the blue line. Marginalized people are actively aware of those people that are harming them and they don't care what costume they're wearing at any time. They could be dressed in head to toe in a crowd full of MAGA people, or they could be smiling and wearing a suit. Marginalized people are hyper aware and will always be hyper aware. And so no matter how you try to present in that moment, they will make the determination whether you are or are not a safe space. No matter what you wear, no matter if you took all those red hats off and you put all the red, Kamala Harris shirts on that you want. If you took Charlie Kirk and threw a MAGA hat on or threw a Kamala Harris hat on, it's still those marginalized communities that understand that they're in danger. And since they understand that they're in danger, no matter how someone is or is not trying to present themselves, they will make the determination whether or not this person is.
Oh, hello?
Yep.
Hello? Oh, it froze. I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry. You were saying, I am so sorry. It honestly froze. You can repeat what you said.
I was saying it's up to the marginalized communities to make the determination whether or not people are a safe place, and regardless of whatever thing that people try to wear or don't wear or whatever the case may be, it's not up to anyone except the people that are being marginalized. So anything outside of allowing the marginalized community to make the determination is all performative, because we don't have the ability.
I agree with that. I agree with that 100%.
Yeah.
I agree with that 100%. But I don't think you're giving a good one-to-one scenario there, because you're showing people in overt MAGA garb, and then you're showing someone who looks like a straight-laced button down. If you don't know who he is, he just looks neutral. But I was saying, you got to compare the MAGA garb to the actual, let's say, Pride garb. You're talking about being LGBTQ2IA+, and he just looked neutral. So you got to show me now someone at a Pride rally and ask me if the trans person would feel more comfortable with the people in the MAGA or the people in the Pride uniforms, as you called it, costumes. Because you showed me neutral. You showed me a guy that just, if you're walking down the street and you could either go to, there's a bunch of people in red and they have the American flags and everything that says Trump, Trump, Trump. And then you have people that it says Pride, and they have rainbows and it says, trans rights. They're going to walk to the people, towards that community that's espousing trans rights. Anyway, none of this was.
Hold on. How much of a difference do you think a Black woman sees in a white man, a cishet white man, and a gay white man? How big of a difference do you think that a Black woman views them?
I would never know. I don't know. How could I know? I'm not a Black woman.
The point that I'm trying to get to is, yes, there is intersectionality, and we understand that there may be some minute differences, but overarching, the people that are a part of these marginalized communities have a predisposition and a negative history with these people that have caused harm. And so until there is a overwhelming lack of harm being caused by communities, these marginalized communities will continue to be skeptical and fearful to protect themselves, no matter if they're wearing a MAGA hat, no matter if they're wearing a suit, or no matter if they're wearing a pride flag. They are still hyper aware that under all of the garments and under all of the pomp and circumstance, in that situation, it's still a quote unquote white man, which gets back to the overall point that just because you wear something or just because you say something does not make you someone that would be deemed to be a quote unquote safe space. And even more so, if you're not doing it at the behest of the people that are marginalized, then you are performative. Biggest thing that I can call out is that you cannot speak over communities. Do you know what the difference is between speaking for and speaking over?
I know that we learn about this, like even in my classes, nothing about us without us. When it comes to creating, policies and, reform for any marginalized community, they have to be involved in that decision making. Santana, I don't think that because I wear a blue bracelet or a shirt that I am telling that someone is wrong to not trust or believe in me. I'm just saying, I think that, having the ally flag, if I have an ally flag in front of my house, and the more that we show that we support people, I think that people in those communities care. They've said that they like to see support for their community in public, and it's a display of support for their community, and I think that that's nice. Now, if I'm wrong in that, and I've been wrong, and people, LGBTQIA+ or anyone says, no, we don't want you to fly any ally flags, and we don't want you to wear, supportive garments out in public because I don't want to see that, then I would stop. But from what I understand, I think that it's a way to support them. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
I think it's important to show that I support their community.
Okay. Let's do this. I get a lot of people that want to come up and actually debate a lot of different topics, right? And one topic that for some reason people absolutely love to, as Solid would say, kadunkachuds on the right love to actually try to debate is transgender people, right? And so they come up and they try to debate transgender people, and I vehemently have a firm line. No, thank you. Right? I call out the hypocrisy as far as the amount of money that was spent towards misinformation, disinformation. I call out the lack of representation overall with transgender people being less than 1% of the US population. I call out the fact that there are just people who want to live. They're people that want to be people. I don't try to debate the humanity of transgender people, whether they do or do not have the right to exist. I don't do any of those things, right? Because the point that I understand is that transgender people today, more than ever, just by them being trans, their life is in danger. And me being someone who is sitting on the internet, speaking in front of thousands of people at one time, just by me hosting or platforming or having the conversation is directly putting those people in danger, right? And even if I think that I'm being a quote unquote ally and I'm speaking up for trans people, I have to always remember that my privilege does not transfer to them at all time. Meaning that I could be in proximity of someone who is trans and I can defend them with my privilege. But as soon as I leave, I take my privilege with them and they're in danger. So the things that I say and do will put them in danger. So I have to make sure that I get their approval for any type of quote unquote allyship. Of course. That's why you want to be an accomplice and not an ally. And the point that I'm trying to make with all of this, is that unless the communities are telling you that the signs and the bracelets and the shirts are something that they deem to be tangible, then it's all performative. It's only for you unless those marginalized communities are telling you this is what we want. This is what we need.
Okay, so I hear you. When I was buying the bracelet that I told you I bought, I did buy it, like I said, from a woman who had her own self-run, she was a Black woman that's who I wanted to support, right? And she, of course, maybe because as a business, was saying, we want you out there wearing these. This makes me feel safe. And then other people on, TikTok, whatever, but I saw a lot of Black women, and maybe it's just my algorithm, right? But I saw a lot of Black women saying, I saw someone with a blue bracelet. It meant a lot to me right now because where we don't feel safe. Obviously, it's not pushing the needle. It's not creating any new policies. It's not actually doing anything for that person to keep them safe in real time. It's not. But people were saying that they felt supported and comforted, and that's all I was trying to achieve. And I know that it was minute on, the scale of what I can do because I could be going out and doing more, but it was a gesture that I felt like I could at least easily do. That I had the time. I don't have, like I was telling you, I have I have a lot going on. I don't have a lot of time. I do have a family member who is sick. They have cancer. I have a lot going on right now. Haven't had a ton of time to research policy, but at that time, it was the least I felt like I could do. So that was where I did feel like the community was telling me it's something I should do. And like I said, with like being an ally and LGBTQIA+, it's something that a lot of people who, are in that community have said, we love seeing that, like support out there in the community. So far, it has been deemed in my eyes something that I should do. But if someone were to say, if I were to find out that that's not true, I would never wear those garments, like wear stuff like that if that's going to be negative. Of course, it is about the community first. Like I said, nothing about us without us. It's their input. So far, I've been told that this is like something people appreciate. But regardless, it's not like this is not where I really like stand and die is on this. It's been a long time since I've even thought about that blue bracelet, to be honest, Santana. But I do want to say something.
I want to stop you really quick before you do.
Okay.
Can I get 3 people from the 92% to join the live? Just 3 people really quickly from the 92% to hit that request button for me. 3 people really quickly.
What's the 92%?
Hi, Hawaiian Buns.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Are you a part of the 92%?
Yes, I am.
Can you tell us what the 92% is?
The 92% is the 92% of Black women that voted for Kamala Harris at the November 2024 election.
Perfect. Hawaiian Buns, does wearing a blue bracelet or people buying in blue bracelet as a part of the 92%, is that something that you think is beneficial and make you feel any type of comfort?
In the beginning, yes, but if you're not doing anything past that bracelet, I agree with you, it's performative.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for coming up. I appreciate you.
You're welcome.
All right. Okay, let's see here. Boop. Hi, KB.
Hey, Santana.
Hi, are you part of the, I know the answer, but I'm going to ask the question anyway. Are you part of the 92%?
I am.
Okay. Did wearing the blue bracelet or buying the blue bracelet, is that anything that as a part of the 92% make you feel some type of comfort or, as the people who were wearing it were a safe space?
Not a thing. Nope.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate you, KB.
Yep.
Let's see here. Hi, Kat.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can. Kat, are you a part of the 92%?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Kat, did people buying the blue bracelet and wearing the blue bracelet, was that something that gave you any type of comfort or make you feel as if those people are a safe space?
Not really. In fact, the ones who came up to me with those bracelets made me feel a little more uncomfortable.
Oh, well, hell yeah.
Like they were like, oh, look at my bracelet. It just made me a little more uncomfortable.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much, Kat.
Of course.
All right. And I know I said I had 3 people, but I have a very specific question for this person.
By the way, someone said, how's that funny? I would no one should be going up to you in public and saying, look at my bracelet. That's insane. I'm sorry that happened.
Yeah. I don't think Joanna's going to load. Joanna, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Finally loaded it. Yes. Hey, Joanna. So I'm not going to give you that question. Or first, are you a part of the 92%?
We're out there.
Okay. Joanna, should people be like, not at the beginning, because let's give them a little bit of grace at the beginning, but this day and age, should people still be buying blue bracelets, wearing blue bracelets, championing blue bracelets today?
Not if they actually care about the issue that the blue bracelet is supposed to perpetuate, that they care about.
Why?
Because it doesn't do a fuck thing. And any random white lady can throw on a blue bracelet. It doesn't mean that you're safe. Like, I'm not seeing how so many white women that want to come up and discuss this topic can understand it's all men until it's no men, or not all men, but it's always a man, and not it's all white women until it's no white women.
Okay. Thank you, Joanna.
Absolutely.
I appreciate you. Katie, so the reason why I wanted to run through that logic train really quickly is just, hey, Kali, thank you so much for the coins. Oh, that was for Joanna. I think you got it. The reason why I wanted to run through that logic train is I am in no doubt. I 100% believe that whatever Black woman sold you that blue bracelet told you that it was a good idea in real time. And I'm not saying that maybe in real time it didn't do something, but I would like to let you know that like, one, capitalism is going to capitalism. But two, overwhelmingly, the reception of the blue bracelet has been a resounding negative reception from Black people as a whole, but specifically Black women.
Okay.
So yeah.
Well, I didn't know that. And I never said, by the way, I don't want you to think that I was like, well, I slept on a blue bracelet, so therefore I'm, perfect and I know everything about, racial injustice. I'm here to learn, By the way, I'm sick. I'm not like.
No, you're good.
Sick.
You're good. I figured that's what it was. You didn't sound like you were. There's nothing that's happened that would make me think that you were crying. So absolutely not.
Yeah. So, like, I mean, I hear that, and that's powerful. So thank you for bringing those women up. Thank you for speaking. I do want to say, I just, the intention can be good, but then we can still be educated that, like, that's not what people need in that moment. And, like, let's just keep an open dialogue and let people know what is needed. I know I need to go out and do more for, like, for our Black communities, our people of color, but I also there are so many issues that I care deeply about that I sometimes don't know where to start. I want to advocate for women's rights. I want to advocate for universal health care. That's very important to me. Things like that. But I want to say too, Santana, the thing that, like, it got to the point, I can't mute myself, so I haven't been able to blow my nose. I don't know how to mute myself.
You can go ahead and I'll mute you for a second and say thank you, and then I'll send you a request once I finish. I got a bunch of thank yous that I need to catch up on. Over on Twitch, W's in the chat for S. Jones, who has a 7-stream streak. W's in the chat for Reaper, who has a 120 stream streak. W's in the chat for W's in the chat for Ruger for the 55 stream streak. And W's in the chat for One Mighty Pen, who sent the Why You Always Lie. And W's in the chat for Tori. Tori sent a $20 super chat to say, Katie, you don't get to decide if you're a safe person. What dictates you as a safe person is the work that you put in to make others feel safe. This was a while ago. Tori was on it. Debbie's in the chat for Fonzie for the $10 super chat to say, 61-year-old white woman, unemployed, so extra time for my own continued deconstruction. Thank you, Ari, fellow nerd. J Hops, thanks for the book list. Solid and solid for the additional resources / creator to continue my growth, taking notes on every stream. Debbie's in the chat, Fonzie. That's actually some of the best shorthand I've ever seen. Like, holy smokes, that's a lot of shorthand. And like, yeah, Debbie's in the chat for that as well. Debbie's in the chat for Tori for the $10 super chat to say, Katie, your ally flag means nothing if you do nothing to dismantle the oppression that oppresses their fate. If dismantle the oppression that that the oppressed are facing. Holy smokes. That was in chat for Zumba for the $9.99 super chat to say, caller, as a trans man, I don't think I would feel safe with someone who's holding a pride flag because it could be fake support when I'm actually in danger. Fucking right, Zumba. W's in chat for the super chats. W's in chat for Jeff for the $2 donations. And just Devin, who said, this assassination tip and just goes to show how truly incompetent Trump administration truly is, because they couldn't even get their act together enough to make it look remotely believable. Well, I'll say this, even if it wasn't real, it still has a negative, a negative view, because it was a shit show. If that was real and that all of that still happened, like, it was a shit show. And W's in chat for Shannon for the $10 donation, saying, I want to thank you, Santana, for what you do. And also, please let Katie know, from this white woman to another, please read or listen to White Women by Regina Jackson and Sarah Roa. I think it's Roa. We as white women need to stop othering ourselves. That's a huge thing. W's in the chat for Mike. What up, Mike? Who sent a $2 donation, saying, Santana, it's that white woman that really, it's the white women that really aren't, is it that white women aren't really aware of how much power they actually have, because they seem pretty unaware or act as if they don't? I think there's a combination. I think there are some who feint stupidity in order to continue to have access to the proximity to protection. But then I think there are some who just truly have been told that they don't have it. They've been beaten down, and there's so many other issues. So I think it's a combination of both. That was in chat for Wendy for the $1 donation, because even parents disown their kids for being gay. It proves your point that it doesn't matter who it is. Safety has to be considered above all else. Big facts. That was in chat for Ms. Torres for the $1 donation, saying companies will pull the pride flag to attract community and then make them feel safe just so they will come and spend their money. It's not solidarity or being an accomplice. It's a performance for a reason. No shirt, no bracelet, no hat, no flag is proof that you're safe. Ms. Torres, facts. And last but not least, W's in chat for Caroline for the $4 donation, saying, hi, everyone. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, absolutely. W's in chat, Caroline. Absolutely. W's in chat for Caroline. Thank you for that $4 donation. Guys, if anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links and the links are in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, look up at the top. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. Hit that follow button. Turn on notifications. We only got 50 new. We've been on live for almost 5 hours and we only got 50 new followers. Holy shit, that's 10 followers an hour. And we've had like 20,000. What is going on, chat? We've had 64,000 viewers to roll through here in the, oh no, I'm sorry, I'm looking at diamonds. My bad, not viewers. Hold on. Let me look at this. Ain't no way. This is mad. I know for a fact that there is more. Hold on, here it is. Let's see. I can't see right now. Fuck it, whatever. There's way more than 54 people that have, 29,000 people. We've had 29,000 people come through here. And you're telling me out of 29,000 people that there's only 52 people that haven't followed me. Hit that follow button. Hit that follow button, turn on notifications. All right, Katie, I'm going to send you a request to come off mute.
Okay, cool. Thank you. I needed that time.
Okay.
Yeah, and I wanted to say, I do have to get going fairly soon. I have to meet with my preceptor. I wanted to say one thing. The reason why I was interested in talking with you about this, and to be fair, also, I wasn't entirely sure what your stance was. I hadn't heard you.
That's fair. Yeah, no, that's
debate
perfectly
it.
fair.
But I was a little surprised when. Okay, so I'm a big fan. I saw your debate for like abortion rights, and you were talking about, we should then support like mandatory vasectomies, and the way that guy weaseled out of that, I thought it was so good, so clean. I shared it with my brother. I was like, this is amazing, right? And then I was a little surprised when I saw on your page this blurb about white women, white supremacy, because until I know more, it's immediately kind of like signaled to me. I was like, oh, so it's a way that people scrolling by can see kind of maybe another negative messaging about women right now in a time when, look, I get that it's important, and I this is initially why I came on. I was like, it's a way that when I scroll by, I see another like negative kind of viewpoint against women in a time right now when, you know, people are actively trying to take away our rights, you know, with the SAVE Act and with, you know, South Carolina's trying to do a near total abortion ban. And I wanted to give my 2 cents that it's a little uncomfortable to scroll by and see that. Now, honestly, at the end of the day, who cares? But I did hear
No, it should be uncomfortable.
a couple days ago.
It should absolutely be uncomfortable.
Well, from the standpoint of like a couple days ago, you were saying your wife kind of told you, hey, you use the B word too much, and you like internalize that. And you were saying, yeah, that's a way I need to, you know, kind of scale that back because I don't want women to feel like marginalized or attacked. I felt like scrolling by someone that I see, you as someone who supports women's rights, that kind of broad statement about all women, I was kind of like, damn, it's another way people are going to scroll by and see something negative about women. And right now it feels like we are just always constantly being attacked. So
I'm not
I get why
attacking
it's
women.
important though. I mean, no, you're not. You're not.
But see, let me speak to this for a second, right? So when it comes to like this background, this is not something that is specifically targeting women. This is not something that's specifically targeting white women. Right. I talk about Republicans. I talk about moderate Democrats. I talk about Republicans. I talk about moderate Democrats. I talk about white men. I talk about white women. And then I talk about black people. Like those 5 boxes breaks us down to Republican, Democrats, white men, white women, black people. Right. And so the premise of the background is to, yes, encourage debates. But for certain portions of this conversation, i.e. the 2 that I really am trying to not just debate, but educate people and shift their not only belief, but to galvanize them is the moderate Dems and white women. Those are the 2 topics that for me, I'm looking to challenge the way that people think, to force them to do more. And so while I am specifically calling out white women, I'm calling out white women because I know for a fact that I'm going to get white women like yourself. White women who are not Trump supporters, white women who think that they're doing the right thing, and white women that want to do the right thing. And from this point, it's like pushing them in the right direction. And it's going to be uncomfortable, but change is uncomfortable. Same thing with the moderate Democrats. I force them to look at the fact that being a moderate Democrat is doing nothing for our country and just holding us steady as fascists take over. And so, yes, you need to be more progressive. Yes, you need to advocate for more social safety nets and betterment of all people. And so the point that I'm getting across is like, yes, I understand that that's uncomfortable. And yes, I can hear you from where you're saying is, oh, that's someone else bashing women or white women. But I care more about the substance than I care about the appearance.
Okay.
And I'm here for the substance.
Is that why you put women more specifically, kind of target them? Like you were just saying, it's because like, you know, that women are kind of going to respond and come on and open their eyes. Because I just wasn't sure why.
And there was no, white men don't give a shit about that. Like the white men would see that and they would immediately just like let's be honest. And even with the point as far as like, even the point where like white men care about nothing but power. Like where there are a few white men that like would come up and debate that topic. They're never in the sense of like white men that consider themselves to be leftists or whatever, who is actively trying to dismantle the power structures. They're just white men that say, well, white men built everything, or white men have been here the longest, or like, so there's a difference in who engages with the background and the intent that I have with engaging with the people.
Interesting. Yeah, I wasn't sure. Like I scrolled by that. I'm like, why is he necessarily targeting women in this statement? But I can see why. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. Well, I learned a lot for sure. And I appreciate the suggestions from people to read that book. Was it White Women? I'm sorry. White Woman? Sorry.
Yeah, white woman.
I'm interested in that now.
Mhm.
I really appreciate you actually, I might get emotional, bringing up the people to talk because, sorry.
Yeah, I will
It
say,
means a lot to me to hear from you directly.
yeah, I'll say that,
And I know I can do more. I wish, you know, it's been tough. There's been a lot going on. Sorry.
I'll say this. I think the place that you start is the place of seeking support. And the reason why those people are spamming like the book recommendations and people in our community have like immediately started sending like donations and calling out specific stuff for you to read or this or whatever. It's because the people here understand what our call to action is. And our call to action is not to point fingers at people. Our call to action is to say, you need to get on the ball and start to educate yourself. And this is how you do it. And specifically, there are amazing people within my community, the quote unquote white women that I trust in my community to help spearhead that effort for other people, because like it's important for us to figure this out together and actively fight fascism together. And if we're not actively fighting it together, then we all lose. And so that's the point.
I get it. I mean, I would love to do more, truly. I really would. Actually, what more can I do than like reading a book? Because that's the other thing you're saying is like just educating or just knowing or just internalizing it doesn't do anything. Like, what can I actually do?
Yeah, so like I'm positive that there's multiple white women that have already probably DM'd you. You can check the comment section. I would say get with someone who's already, hey, thank you for the hands, walking down that same path as far as deconstructing, and the ones that are guiding you along. And I'm sorry, that's taking those steps, and they can actually guide you along so you can take those same steps that they've taken.
Yeah, if anyone has DM'd me any like suggestions, I'd really appreciate it.
Yeah,
thank you.
Absolutely. All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks for your time.
All right.
All right, have a good day. Bye.
Hey, no soliciting. Accept their request. Stop rejecting that request. No soliciting. I'm letting you know right now. I'm going to send you a request again. For people who don't know what I've been doing, I'm going to send you a request. And if you don't accept the request, I'm just going to block you. And I know you want to be here because you follow me. So last opportunity. Accept that request. Okay. So since you rejected the request, I'm going to just block you. I don't think people understand how little of patience I have for cowardice behavior anymore. Like I don't have the temperament for it. I can't, it's not palatable. So I just can't do it. Why is getting emotional funny? Who said getting emotional is funny? What are you talking about? Who said that's funny? I'm so confused. Who said that getting emotional is funny? Catherine, you were spamming bring you up in the comment section. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something in the background?
I didn't spam it. I only said it once.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. You're a Trump supporter or disagree with something in the background?
No. I guess I'm not a Trump supporter.
You disagree with something in the background?
I'm not a moderate. I don't. My question is about what you were talking about with Katie. So I never even heard of the blue bracelet. I'm embarrassed to wear shirts that say ally or anything like that. Because I don't like drawing attention to myself. But my question is, how can I, as a white woman,
make it known that I do feel like I'm a safe person. I do put in as much work as I have time to do. I help set up apartments and buy furniture for incoming immigrant families and refugees. I advocate and promote Black businesses in my primarily white town. These people in the comments, just because I'm white saying for fuck's sake and oh my God, I'm just saying, what can I do? I don't want to walk up to somebody and tell them all the things that I do that try to be helpful, because I don't like to draw attention to myself, but I don't want anybody to think that I'm not safe. So what is it that people are looking for from us? Or just shut up and leave you alone? Like what are we looking for from us? I'm not safe. I'm reading these comments. These people are so crazy. I'm not doing shit. Laugh my fucking ass off.
Okay, shh, please. Okay, to start, you're not safe, okay? That's one thing you need to understand. You're not safe.
How am I not safe? Can you, like, and I'm not being challenging, I'm not being argumentative. I would never harm anybody, ever.
Because you're a white woman, just like I am, and we're not safe to Black people.
So they don't perceive me as being a safe person.
We're not safe.
No, I am safe. I'm not perceived as safe. I understand that, but I'm not going to harm anybody. And I'm going to do everything I can in my power in my local community to be as progressive as I possibly can and bring that into my town and into my city.
You're not listening. So let me ask you.
You just keep telling me that I'm not safe. So I'm listening if you expand on that.
Okay, hold on. Do you understand when it comes to being a woman, how it's all men? Do you understand that concept?
No, I don't agree with that either.
Okay, well then I fear you have a lot of deconstructing to do. But basically that concept is saying that it's all men till it's no men, right? Because women are oppressed in our society, right? And so we need all men to deconstruct the patriarchy until it is no men that is oppressing us women. Until then, they are all not safe, right? So like you see on here daily, like Santana is continuously holding himself accountable to things when it comes to him being a man. And he understands those things when it comes to being, it's all men. And it's the same thing for us as white people, okay? When it comes to Black people, we are their oppressors and we are not safe to them. We need to understand that. Now we can actively deconstruct, right? And we can do that every day to try to unpack the things that we have been socialized and the racism and things like that. But one key thing is to understand that we're not safe, right? And that we can at any time harm them. And we may not.
No, I'm not going to harm anybody at any time.
But you can harm them at any time, even though you may not mean to. Do you understand that? Just like a man can harm. So I can be, so do you know the people that are most likely to harm women? Like SA and assault, like who's most likely, what's the highest demographic that harms us? Do you know?
White men.
Well, yes, white men.
Statistically speaking, middle-aged white men.
Yes, but what I meant was men. But what I meant was the ones that are closest to us.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be like our husbands, fathers, friends, brothers, uncles, people that we are closest to in our community.
Yeah, statistically speaking, that is correct.
Yes. So if those are the men that we trust, and those are the ones harming us, how do we trust men? How are they safe for us? They can always still harm us, is my point. And it's the same with white people. We can always still harm Black people.
I guess it's just, I mean, and maybe I'm super lucky because I was raised by an absolutely wonderful man and I'm married to an absolutely wonderful man and I have the most gentle, sweet, loving men in my life that I can't wrap my head around not trusting them, and I can't and maybe I'm too trusting. I have been SA'd before. I don't hold that against my husband. I don't hold that against my dad. I can understand that some people are bad and some people are good, regardless of race, regardless of sexuality. There are statistics that tell us that certain races, certain genders certain types of people are statistically more likely to do certain things, but I'm not going to assume that my husband is going to rape me because some guy did in college.
That's not
Like,
what I'm.
Can we also be aware that like trigger warnings is super important, and like you just throwing things out like that is harmful, and so like you can re-victimize survivors just by making those statements without proper trigger warnings. And I don't think that was intentional, but you just perpetuated harm without trying to do so, which I think is the fact of what Boss Lady Fun is saying right now. Is unintentional harm is still harm.
Do you realize that what you just did?
So, yep. And I apologize. And I shouldn't say that word on TikTok. It's probably bad for your life too. So I
It's not
apologize.
about the word. It's about
that.
the people that have been survivors of sexual assault. Like
Totally. I'm one of them. I'm one of them.
Right. And I agree. I'm not saying that you lack empathy or lack experience or anything like that. I'm saying sharing certain things like that without giving proper trigger warnings could actively harm other survivors. And we don't want to do that. And that's the point of like unintentionally harming people.
So my original question and reason for coming up was what can I do?
So that's what was frustrating is like, weren't you listening?
Oh my God. Yeah.
And, can I jump in here for a
yeah,
second?
I was just about to say, go, Kel. Go ahead.
Yeah. Thanks for having me up and inviting me. It sounds like you're being incredibly minimizing to the struggles that especially Black women have had. Coming from a white woman myself, I spend a lot of time in Black women's spaces and just listen. And I learn and I do what I can to take in as much information from those women to hear their standpoint. And it sounds like, minimizing it and saying that, it hasn't happened to you. I don't see how women don't trust men because I have all these loving men in my life.
But it has happened to me, honey. It has happened to me.
It came out of your mouth that you said you don't understand how other women can see that men are harmful, and that's minimizing. So
I'm speaking from my perspective, and I'm sorry that you can take that and twist your perspective into something else because of mine, but everyone is welcome to their own perspectives. All I'm saying is that I don't view all men as dangerous. I do. Personally don't because of my life experience. As a man, you are allowed to.
As a man that has lived his life as a man and experienced his life as a man, I consider all men dangerous because I know the amount of violence that men perpetuate on women, children, and other men. I also understand that most violence occurs due to proximity, and being in proximity of a man will put you in danger regardless of whether or not there's intentions to do so. And even more than that, the men that are trusted are the ones that often abuse said trust. And again, this is not even speaking about men and women. This is just speaking about men, right? It's men towards children, men towards women, men towards men. And honestly, not having a healthy fear of a predator speaks to a lack of self-preservation. If you don't have a healthy fear of predators, then you lack self-preservation, and men are predators.
I don't all men are not predators. I have a healthy, I wouldn't get into a car with a random stranger, man or woman, teenager or adult, elderly or young.
So I have wait, stop for a second. Maybe this,
every man in the street.
maybe this will help, right? You said not all men are predators. How do you know which men are and are not predators?
You really don't.
Okay, so if you really don't know which men are and which men aren't predators, and I think we can clearly define that there are men that are predators, are you willing to take a risk and assume that this man that you randomly meet is not a predator? Or is it more safe of you to assume that this man is a predator until they show you that they are not a predator?
I think it's safe to assume that any human being that is a stranger to you could harm you. I think that is a safe way to kind of go about life. People in general can be unsafe.
I think it's that you're not realizing that like you're not unpacking like the things that we have been taught that are harmful to us as women, is that we center men, right? And so like a lot of things are coming out now, you're centering men and their feelings instead of acknowledging what actually does harm women, right? And this is the same as in like our society, whiteness is centered. It's the same thing.
I'm centering men.
Yes, in the way that you're talking, you're centering. I mean, this just in general, we center men in the society and patriarchy. We have to unpack that, and the same thing with whiteness. It is centered, and that's where we have to understand that we are self-centered. We center this, right? And we need to unpack that daily to not harm Black people, or do the best we can to not harm Black people.
Right. I mean, I just in general do the best I can to not harm anybody.
Do you understand what I just said?
Hello?
Yeah, I said, do you understand it? Or
understand what? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you for a second.
About like the centering and unpacking, like we have to unpack that to attempt to not harm as best we can.
Right. I wholeheartedly agree with that.
Would you like Catherine to tell Kay what was your original question when you came up?
So how do I make other people feel safe around me?
Your initial question was, how do you make other people feel safe around you?
Yes. What action can I take around a person of color to make them feel safe, or should I just not?
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. Let me clarify. You were asking how to make people of marginalized communities feel safe around you?
Yes. What specific action can I take?
You can take the action of being very uncomfortable that you are untrusted.
I am. That's why I came up.
Right. And that's what you need to consider, that you aren't afforded something that makes you safe. You are not afforded. There's nothing that we can do.
Okay. Okay. That's the
to
answer
be
I was looking
safe.
for. Thank you. Nothing I can do. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
You seem pretty defensive with that. Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, I didn't mean to break it. If you're still here, I'd like to have you come back up because I'm more concerned with a little bit of what you were just saying.
I would love if Catherine came back up, because like the big point is you wanted to, and I was hoping that she was going to be able to get there, but like she was saying, the big thing is, Catherine, I'm sending you this invite. Please come back up. She was talking about the work that she does and the things that she actually stands for and the help that she gives people and, you know, things along those lines. And while doing all these things, she is trying to understand what else she needs to do and how can she ensure that people think that she's safe and all this other stuff. And that was off the heels of another 20, 30, 40-minute conversation about the whole white women, white supremacy. Oh, she left. Oh, there she is.
I'm in a store right now, and then I have to run into an appointment. So I'm sorry, I'm hurrying off. But I have an appointment at 4. That's 10 minutes away, and I had to run into the store. That's the only reason I signed off so quick. So I'm still talking to you from the Dollar Tree.
Okay, would you just be able to mute and maybe like listen for a second instead of just like running away and being upset?
I'm not upset. I'm in a hurry.
So I understand, but what you said at the end of our conversation was, great, I can't do anything. Okay, bye. And then left.
Because I gotta go. And if that's the answer that I was gonna get, that's the answer that I was gonna get. And then I had to run. That's all. I wasn't upset. I just literally am gonna be late. I'm not upset.
Okay, if you really would like some answers to your questions, why don't you reach out to me and I'll be more than happy to answer them.
That would be awesome because I really do want answers. I really, truly, truly do. I'm not upset. I'm not trying to be a jerk. I have a harsh tone because I have ADHD and I talk really fast. I'm not actually
We're not going to blame. No, because we all have something, and I don't talk in cursive. I don't expect you to talk in cursive. It's something I say all the time. I have a very get to the point mannerism, so I understand. I don't need you to be soft with me, but I
Okay,
do
cool.
need you to not run away from a conversation
I'm not
because you
running
don't
away.
like
Honestly,
the
I'm
answer that
trying
you
to get my
got.
husband snacks for work and then get to an appointment.
Okay, I hear you, but when you didn't say any of that before you left, you just said, okay, there's nothing I can do. Bye. So I'm just saying that's a very defensive thing that you're putting up.
Hi. How are you? Doesn't matter what religion. No.
I mean, we can just move on. It's clear that she's disengaged. She's got things to do.
Yeah. Hey, Kay, how are you?
I'm good. How are you today?
I'm a little perturbed. It's been a day.
Has it been more of the same?
It's been way worse. These people suck. So,
Well, I'm very sorry to hear that, but I do think that I came in on the tail of someone trying to explain the all men situation while her shirt was saying, I'm tired of listening to white men, which I feel is like, I don't know, walking square into a point, but then also make her shirt saying that it seems like there's a little bit more unpacking to do there, a little overcompensating, if you will.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. That was crazy, Kay. Hey, Terry, thank you for the train.
Maybe you should take a break.
Oh, yeah. No, for shiggity. For shiggity.
Yeah.
For shiggity. You see, I
We'll see if
don't,
she
well, you
reaches
can't
out.
see. Dang it.
Hey,
I have a
Kel.
candle.
Hey, boss.
I have a candle.
Hey,
It's
Kay.
You have a candle?
Yeah, I have a candle. It's a pistachio milk and honey, and it's burning for the scent. Like Twitch can see it, and but everybody else can't. But it's this is the only reason that I've been able to stay sane. It's because of my pistachio milk and honey candle that's burning.
Well, that sounds very lovely of a scent because I don't like florals and stuff. So I like cleaner scents. And that sounds like it's a clean scent.
I like gosh, what is clean linen? That's a really good scent as well.
Yes, that's one of my favorites.
Yeah. I don't like lavender. Lavender, like anything, just makes me Anyway, I appreciate all three of you for coming up. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. And I didn't want to just kick her, but I couldn't do it. So
It was a rough day, Santana. You did great.
Yeah.
I'm sure you did the best you could.
Yeah. All right. Well, I appreciate all three of you.
Have a good one.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Love you. Bye.
Love you. Bye. All right, chat. So I think that I think this day has been a day. But I was hoping, dang it, I thought Joey might have been, Joey is live, but he has someone on his panel. I was going to say, let's battle Joey. Like, I don't really like battles, but I know Joey has been battling a lot. And I was thinking, like, why don't we battle Joey one time? But Joey has someone on his panel. He's got people on his panel, and so we can't battle. Would you guys want to battle Joey with me? Now, to be fair, right? Joey does battles, and so since Joey does battles, like I'm positive that he has like gloves and all kind of shit. He has hold on. So it may be unfair. Like it may legitimately be unfair because like they battle and so they have gloves and all this other shit. Yeah. I just sent him a text. Let's see what he says. Okay. What's going on? My day is sucked, right? And so I was getting ready to get off and I was like, you know what? Let's battle Joey really quickly. Just because I thought it would be fun and like fuck this day. And so I just kind of wanted to end on something fun instead of ending where we are. So if you're up for a battle.
You got like 1,000 people over there, bro.
No, it's less now because you took forever. I told him you got gloves and shit though, because you do this.
Listen, fuck it.
All right, let's go.
So yeah, yes, Lord, thank you. So he's having a bad day, so he wants to come beat up on me.
Oh, stop it. That is not what this is at all. That's not what this is at all. It's just like, you know, the way to have fun. I don't know how to do a battle. Like,
I got you, bro.
I was about to say, I've only done it on my phone, so I have no idea what I'm doing.
No, I got you. Here, I'll send you the invite. Boom. Okay. There we go.
One round, winner takes all. No, I've had like 3 or 4, but I've never done it from studio. So,
oh, you're good. Just hit that accept and then boom.
1 round, winner takes all. All right, there we go, chat.
Oh, guys, he has a win streak, guys. Lock the F.
Yeah, because we end up like, I don't know if you saw that video. I ended up like making the guys debate and battle me at the same time, and I put belt to ass.
I don't remember.
What's
you,
that
Nikki.
stuff?
Thank you, Nikki.
How the fuck are you up to 5,000 points already? I don't know what the fuck is that. Chat, how is he up that high so quickly? What the fuck is happening? How is he at 20,000 already? What the fuck is happening?
Let's go. Santana wanted the smoke. And we're not even ready.
That is fucking crazy.
Ready, bro.
Thank you for the galaxy. Kel, thank you for the galaxies.
Thank you, sorry.
Holy shit.
Thank you,
I don't know what like somebody said lock in. It's gotta be because of the fucking gloves. Ain't no fucking way.
We don't have any gloves right now.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
Right now.
I don't believe that.
Now
Game cheat. W's in the chat for yeah. Nah, fuck it. Let's fucking go with the whale diving. Like, how the fuck are you that far ahead? That is crazy. Thank you for the crown. Like, don't there supposed to be some like double points or some shit? What's happening? How do we get those double points? Like, it's supposed to be some double points or shit, right? Thank you for the confetti. What the fuck is happening? Ain't no way. Okay, like we're still kind of close, right? Like, I don't know what's going on. Why does my side look like frozen or some shit? What is that? I believe Joey cheating, chat.
You're losing, so you're frozen.
I believe Joey's cheating. Chat, I think Joey's cheating.
We're not even using gloves. This is all.
Chat, we're still like we're like 21K behind. I don't know how we could make that up, but god damn it, let's at least make it competitive. We got like what, 2 minutes and 54 seconds left? Can we at least make it competitive? God damn. I thought this was gonna make me feel a little bit better. Now I'm feeling bad about myself.
Guys,
holy fuck. Hold on. What is this? I know I got some. Hold on. Fuck that. I'm not gonna hold on.
What are you doing?
I got some coins on my backup account. Fuck that. I'm about to spend those too.
Do that.
Ain't no fucking way. Here, send that. Look. Boom. Thank you, Santana, for the car. Ain't no fucking way I'm gonna get smoked like this. What is that? What is this?
Guys,
what just happened?
So you are stunned. Guys,
what does that mean?
His chat might snipe. Oh my god.
What is
guys,
stun?
Guys, thank you.
Oh, that fucking interstellar. Look at that fuck. Let's go. A fucking Interstellar. Holy shit. Dubs in the chat because I can. That's why. Send a fucking Interstellar.
We have a glove.
Okay. We're not getting smoked anymore. We're at least
Dems.
close now.
You see how they're rigging? Typical Dems.
We're now close. Holy fuck, that Interstellar was huge. Guys, we could actually pull this off.
Oh! Oh my god.
How the fuck?
Let's go.
Somebody cheating. Who was that?
Sire. Thank you. Let's go.
Who
We
was
still
that?
have 5 seconds.
Somebody cheated. They cheated. Fuck that. Game cheat. Thank you for the money gun. Who is
Bro,
Sire?
I will attempt,
Sire
if
cheated.
We win this, if we
Sire
win this,
cheated.
I will attempt a backflip onto my bed.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the Rose MBW.
Yeah,
like
remember,
this
he
fucking
came here to
cheated.
bully me.
Ain't no way.
He came here to
No.
bully me.
You know what?
He
Where's
came here to
Philip at?
bully
Somebody send this to Philip, because if Philip was here, god damn it, this is crazy. Holy smokes. I mean, you know, I think you cheated. Chad, I think he cheated. I'm just gonna reside to the fact that he cheated.
You
he cheated
yourself.
He cheated. Hey, thank you for the galaxy. Technically it was a backup account, so
Letty, thank you, Letty.
Like
Thank you, Letty.
I think you cheated.
Sire!
Stop the count. W's in the chat for April for the galaxy. Stop the count. Stop
Allison,
the count.
Thank you, Allison.
Let's fucking go. Anna, thank you for the starlight sculpture. Stop the count. There ain't no fucking way.
Let's go. Watch out for the snipe.
This is 15 seconds.
Watch out for the snipe.
Ain't no
Thank you,
fucking
Saint.
way.
Watch out for that snipe.
Ain't no fucking way. You went
Yes,
over and
thank you,
spied. He's cheating, isn't he? I know he's cheating. Hey, thank you for the jellyfish.
Oh, they're gonna snipe. Be careful with the damn snipe.
Hey, let's go with the Interstellar. Holy shit, we're so close. We're so close. We're so close. Fucking game cheat. Fucking game cheated. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Thank you for the jets. Holy shit. Thank you for the hanging hearts. No, the fucking game cheat. Yeah, we want to recount. Because I can. That's why. Thank you so much for being number one. Anna, thank you for being number two. MBW and Janelle, thank you for being 3. Irene, thank you for being 4. April, thank you for being 5.
Thank you so much. MVP's Sire, Letty.
Just Devin, thank you for being 6. Kelbell, 7.
Des, Adriana, Mama K, Leo,
I don't know who the
Allison,
Santana guy is, but Santana came in number 8. W's in the chat for him. W's in the chat for Paradise, and W's in the chat for the other is a son something. I can't remember.
What? Hey, my HR says if you want to do one more.
No, I'm a sore sport. Maybe if I would have won.
No, maybe if I would have won, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Not gonna hold you. Like there's no way in hell that you're gonna get me to ever battle you again. And like when I say again, Kraft said, "Let me recharge." Yes, another one. I don't know. Like I am such a sore sport. I do not think I could do another one.
Bro, my heart is erased.
He said, "We got this." One more.
Kabira says, "I'm here, Santana. Do it."
Wait, Kabira is over in your live? No fucking way. So Kabira is hanging out in your live?
No. I think they came. I think they just came, so I would tell you that.
Oh, okay. One more? Joey cheated? Joey did cheat.
Ain't no way. All right.
If I do one more, chat, if I do one more, you recharged? Okay, if I do one more, all right, fuck it, one more.
Okay,
one more.
Okay, hold on. Okay, one more. Okay, and this one, I'm gonna mute up. So you can mute me by just on my name. Just click that little mic, like the volume thing, and we'll mute up. That way, because I'm gonna be playing music. I'm gonna get the chat. I'm gonna get the chat involved. Okay. Okay, I got you here.
Chat, I don't really know. I don't know what's happening. Has it started? Start rematch. Accept. Okay. All right, guys. I guess we are back at it. Tap the screen. Tap the screen. I think that like you get some gloves or some shit for tapping, right? Okay. And then there's supposed to be some point where like there's some double points or something, right? I don't understand how that works, but like at some point we're supposed to be able to double gloves, right? There's supposed to be something like if you hit these gifts, then what the fuck is that? What is he getting? What the fuck is that? What is he doing? Ain't no fucking way. Thank you for the panda. All right. Why haven't they said like if you do this, then you get this? Like they're fucking cheating. Let's go with the whale dives in a balloon. Let's fucking go paradise. Let's fucking go. Okay. God damn. I ain't gonna lie, chat. We getting cooked. Holy fuck. What is happening? Spam the taps gloves off. I know that's right. Oh, the fucking interstellars. Oh, the fucking back-to-back interstellars with the money guns. That's what the fuck we're talking about. I don't know what's going on. Okay, we're not that far behind anymore. Joey's cheating, but we're closing the gap. Joey's cheating, but we're closing the gap. Thank you for the money guns and the hanging lights. And why hasn't it said like double points or some shit yet? What is happening? Why haven't we gotten double points yet? Like I don't understand what's happening, but we're close. Holy shit, and actually, holy shit. God damn it. They just got up to 42. Hey, Cowbell, thank you for the Thor hammer. Let's fucking go in the cake. You need to battle more. Like what? Fucking Kabira with the leopard. We just closed the gap. Holy fuck, we just closed the gap. Holy fuck. W's in the chat for Kabira for the fucking leopard. We just closed the gap. We are right there now. We are on this fucking bumper. Let's fucking go. Oh shit. Come on, man. Ain't no fucking way. Holy shit. How much time is there left? There's still 2.5 minutes left. How is he so far ahead? Thank you so much for the media shower. That's what the fuck I'm talking about. Because I said so. What in the fuck is that? Holy shit. The ultimate, what is that? Oh, we're right there now. We could actually fucking win this. We're right there. We are right there. Holy fuck. There's 2 minutes left and we are right there. We're less than 3,000 away. We're like fucking right there. We're in it. Yes. How to partner. We are fucking right there. What the fuck was that? What did they just send? They thought they were fucking leaving us. We're still on this bumper. Ain't no fucking way. We're still on this fucking bumper. Ow. Holy shit. We are still right there. Holy fuck. Oh, thank you for the dinosaur. Listen. You know what? We are less than 6,000 away. We are fucking so close. Holy shit. There is no way. There's no way. We're less than 3,000 away, guys. The fucking whale diving. Let's go, cowbell. We got less than a minute. And we're less than 3,000 fucking coins away. We are right there. The gap is shrinking. Holy shit. We're so close. Okay. We're less than 1,000 away. What the fuck was that? Ain't no fucking way. How? Thank you for the holy shit. How did he make that large of a jump? It had to be the gloves. It had to be the fucking gloves. Oh yeah, game cheat. Chat, game cheat. Ain't no fucking way. Ain't no fucking way. They put down 2 gloves. He had 3 of them. Oh yeah, nah, game cheat. Joey, get back in here. Game cheat. Joey, you get in here. Game cheat.
MVPs.
Nah, fuck that chat. Game cheat. Ain't no way. Joey cheated. How many gloves did he use? He had to use like 15 gloves. He used like 15 gloves, chat. Ain't no fucking way. Because I can, that's why, with the 22 as number 1, April at number 2, Kabira number 3, Just Devin number 4, Grandmaster number 5, Cowbell number 6, Paradise number 7, Isn't Gat Prom number 8, Terry number 9, Purple number 10. Thank you all so fucking much. Holy shit. This is why I don't do battles, chat. That is fucking crazy. We did almost have him. He had to. Joey, come off mute. Joey, come off mute.
I am.
How many gloves you use?
4.
Chat, he had to use 4 fucking gloves to beat us. He said, "Nah, I'm irritated." Sam said, "I'm irritated." He had to use 4 gloves to beat us, chat. It was close.
Hey.
The chat says you cheat.
Hold on. I'll be right back, Santana. Hold on.
Chat said you cheat. He had to use 4 gloves to beat us, chat. Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Exactly, Joanna, rigged. He had to.
Hey, Santana. Our win's a win, baby. Hey, how many people you got over there?
507.
Do they like magic?
I got you. If you're gonna do magic, then let's give them magic.
No.
The fuck was that? Oh.
Celebratory banana. Dude, I think I learned how to do a backflip onto my bed during that battle.
I saw you.
I've never done that.
Someone said that's his favorite. Yeah, I saw him do that last night, and I was like, no pause. They said,
I love you guys so
they
much.
said,
Thank you,
totally impressive, honestly. Absolutely. Yeah.
Love you.
Yeah.
Did you even taste it? Yeah.
Are you going to be on for a while?
I'm trying. I've been trying to have debates, but 5 people all came up. I was debating 3 people at once, and they all caught flags.
Oh, okay. Well, if you want to hold tight for just a second, I just got a couple of thank yous, and then people on this side can jump ship while I'm saying thank yous and hop over to your live.
Yeah, I got you. You're good.
All right, guys, I'm going to run through a couple of quick thank yous and then hit this outro, and you guys can go over to Joey's live. So the only thing that you have to do is tap Joey's side of the screen, and then it'll move you from his live to my live. And Joey, are you good if I do the outro while you're up here?
No, you're good, bro.
Okay, so perfect. You guys will still hear the outro even if you go over to Joey's live. So just click Joey's side of the screen and switch over to Joey's side of the screen, and you'll still be able to hear the outro and all this other good stuff. But get over there and get into his live. W's in the chat for Estelle for the $2 donation, saying everyone says they don't have time. I bet you brought up 3 of the I bet if you brought up 3 of the 92%. Holy shit. Estella, I did that. Thank you so much for the 2. I literally did what you said. That's crazy. W's in the chat for Anna for the $2 donation, saying faith without works is dead. How to prove safe. Exactly. W's in the chat for Ali for the $10 donation, saying I'm a white woman and I was watching your lives with the same perspective of I'm a safe space. I want others to know I'm a safe space. And I wanted to personally thank you for continuing to educate me through these conversations today. Allie, I'm so glad that you were here and you were receptive. That means the world. And guys, W's in the chat for Gwendolyn for the $20 donation said, what I want is for racist people to know that they aren't aligned with me. I hate when they drop the hints, but I'm not a quick thinker. And so I'm also an introvert. I do go to protests and I read a lot and I read more. Exactly, which is like the first step to ensuring that you are doing the work. Over on YouTube, dang it, don't. Come on, YouTube. Ruby, W's in chat for Ruby for the $2 donation saying, as a queer person, Katie reminds me of corporate pride. Exactly. W's in chat for my brother, 6'8", Tony, who sent a $10 super chat to say, holding down IG and YouTube, working and listening. I appreciate you, bro. And last but not least, guys, W's in chat for Tori for the $10 super chat to say, ma'am, you don't need to let people know. You do the work. That's it. Absolutely. W's in the chat for Tori. W's in the chat for all the amazing people. W's in the chat for everyone being absolutely fucking awesome. All right, guys. Click that side of the screen. Hop over to Joey's Live. We still got 382 people over here. Get over there. We're going to hit the outro, and I need you guys over there before we're gone. Let's go.
You stepped in the box. Now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here. You better take your best swing. Mike Hot, who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate, this a mind game. Facts type lies, get left in chain. One wrong word, get slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok T, this a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Bring stats and get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit.
Hey, W's in the chat for the chat. W's in the chat for the chat, guys. It was a long day. It was an interesting day. Not gonna hold you. It was kind of mentally taxing, but it was worth it. It was worth it because I got an opportunity to hang out and spend time with you guys. And even though Joey cheated to end the live, I still love the hell out of each and every one of you, and I appreciate the hell out of each and every one of you guys. Hop over to Joey's Live. Hopefully he can get some debates going. Hopefully they will not be running for him. Go over there, show love to Joey. Make sure that you are hitting your daily heart meets, tapping the screen, commenting in the chat, and get more people over here. Guys, thank you. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll be debating more tomorrow. I'm sure you guys will see me throughout these TikTok streets, but I love you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you to the moon and back. I mean that. I love you all. Thank you for all the gifts, the taps, the likes, the shares. Thank you all for being amazing. Thank you all for being you. I love you all. Enjoy, stay with me, and as always, peace.
Santana, hold on. Don't end it. Santana. Can you hear me? You can? Check your text and then let me know. I sent you something. It's for today, but if you're not free, I get it.
I got you.
All right.